go. No worries, no worries. Oh. Okay. Ooh, okay. Been a long time since I've had vanilla Coke. Honestly, same. I think I've said this before. I'll never go for a regular Coke, but like cherry Coke, vanilla Coke. Yeah, I do like other varieties. No, I have not. Trying to think if that's been in my store. Mm-hmm. All right. Gotcha. 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 Oh, He-Man and Shade are saying that they can't hear you. Oh no.
Hello. Can we hear me now?
Let's see. I can hear you. I turned on the stream and I can hear you. Alrighty.
All right. So now that we are no longer in an ad, we're going to start this thing off. Thank you, Ash, for the follow.
Hell yeah.
You know, we've only been playing League together for, they're called on Twitch now. They also went through a rebrand and re-debut recently.
Nice.
But no, this is made by 2D Casual, formerly Feral Starweaver. Over on Twitch. Maybe I could give them a cheeky little
shout out
to 2D. Is that it? Is that it? Nope, that's not.
Oh, is that there is?
I'm trying to. I gotta figure out how they have their Twitch name now. Give me a second.
Is it a calling casual or Kaz? Fox VTuber, black hair. Looks like ramen.
I believe so.
Okay. Oh, no, you. Oh no, that is.
Yeah, it put my Twitch link there.
Well, no, surprisingly enough, Frost. No, it's funny. Stream Elements put you down, but I believe Frosty actually got the type. Got this. Oh, now that is weird. Okay, it got the link right, but because yours is italicized, when I click the link, it says this person doesn't exist. Oh, what a...
I think I spelled it right.
Huh. You did, but it seemed like casual. I've seen that word so many times now that...
Let me go over to Twitch.
Oh no, Shade got you.
Oh, Shade got me?
Yeah, Shade got you, and for some reason, that fixed it on...
Oh, putting the ad in
messes it up. Okay. Because, yeah, I noticed when it was... Yeah, the first
them.
shout out. It was the right. Yeah, it was the right link, but it was italicized, and for some reason, well, I know why. It thinks it's a different. It thinks it's a different word.
That is one of the two people I consider my model mama.
Nice, nice.
I also need to put that down in my...
Car wrote it out as causal instead of casual. Well, yeah, but like I said, the shout-out still spelled it right. That was the weird thing.
Okay, we all know I can't spell. Let's not judge me, okay?
No, I know, but I'm telling Brethren, it didn't matter because Frosty was on it. The first Frosty shout-out actually spelled it casual.
Yeah.
Frosty saw what you were doing, and found the right person. They just, like I said, if you click the italicized link in the first Frosty Tool shout-out, it says it's wrong, even though it's spelled correctly.
Not judging. English hard. English hard. Very hard.
Yes.
Much hard.
English very hard.
But yeah. We're going to take a closer look.
Let's go.
We're going to start down here at the feet. Let's let me fix this.
Like any true VTuber does.
Yeah, let's do that. Can we not pull my background? Alright, there we go. Now we got a wider view. Alright, so starting at the feet, we have some very simple, casual high tops here. You know, alternating colors and whatnot. So then we got this. Like I wanna zoom out and show this whole part. Like I am a huge fan of like the one shorts and the pants like um now I don't know what you would call these pants. Shants.
Half pants? Chance? Half pants? Hmm.
I don't know.
Give me a sec.
But it's I like a lot.
No.
Oh, for those of you who do not know, Payroll 2D Casual is also the one that made the PNG that we're using. We get a shout out for Shade. I will also be showing the original design that Shade gave.
One leg. Okay, they're one-legged or asymmetrical. Apparently, is the official name for the pants.
I'm gonna put this behind us.
Alrighty. Apparently, me shouting out doesn't trigger Frosty though.
Slash.
No, they're not capri pants. Oh, you didn't need to do that, Kara.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
You can do it again now, so you can get the Frosties.
You got it. No, actually, honest to God, brethren, when I looked it up, asymmetrical pants is what came to well, wait, no, that doesn't show up in. Okay, no, maybe it is one-legged pants. Yeah, it's just one-legged pants. That's all you look for. It's literally just one-legged pants. No. Oh, brethren, you shouted me out. Brethren!
I think you're already added. But yes. Before we move on,
shouted out.
Before we move on.
Mm-hmm.
Our guest for right now and for a little while tonight is going to be a really good friend and someone who I enjoy hanging out with a lot, Mr. Zero Budget Gamer.
Nice to see y'all. And thank you for having me aboard.
I believe that a lot of you already know Zero and have already seen some of his streams or hung out with him in my Discord channel or others around.
Eto motherfucking Blazella. Yes, Breathed. Oh, Hime's calling us all cuties. Oh.
But, yeah, no, Zero's a really good friend. I've known him for quite some time now. Even though we've only really started hanging out in, like, the past year or so. I've known Zero for about 2 or 3 years.
About that, yeah. I forget when we met, but yeah, I know that I
met you shortly after I met Sora.
Yeah.
Because he rated you,
so I guess...
and I know that I've known him for 3 years.
Exactly, yeah.
3 or 4.
Yeah, about 3. Yeah, I would say 3. Yeah, 3 is probably the safe run. Because I've only been streaming for about 4 years, and I think I met Sora... I didn't meet Sora until after I hit affiliate, so yeah. Yeah, we haven't even hit affiliate anniversary yet, so yeah, it couldn't have been too much more than 3 years.
Yeah. Sorry for my nomming sounds. Chat, you'll have to forgive me. But steak good.
You You are truly a puppy. You got steak. You a happy puppy.
Speaking of which, I'm kind of getting off topic here while I search for Shade's original design for the model.
Oh.
There, I got it. Never mind, I got it.
Okay, I was gonna say I know you had it at one point because I could swear you showed it to me.
Image, not image. We're not going to do image. We're going to do a window capture.
Oh yeah.
Just put in some
right.
random letters. Specific window. We are going to.
There we go. There's the OG Kara.
Okay, so here is the original design. And before you even say anything, brethren, before you even say anything, I know. Toothpaste hair. We need to widen this a little bit. You know,
I see that ... there, brethren.
I know you too well, Indies. Colgate looking at it. You don't shut up.
God damn. Oh, brethren.
Shut the fire, brethren. Shut.
Oh.
Leave my toothpaste hair alone.
Oh, look what you did. You got Kara all uppity. It also looks like seafoam. Is that the color? Is that particular color green? Or no, that is mint, right?
Not exactly, but it's close enough.
Okay.
Okay, so. I do have to say that I prefer the shoes the Shade drew.
Okay, yeah.
Like there are bits and pieces of each one.
Shade
so
really is talented.
Shade did this one.
The one on the
2D
left.
Kaz did this one. So this was the initial design.
Yep.
And this is the final artwork. I'm gonna move this over here so it's not blocking each other.
The foam when water
Hi,
slushes
Minty.
and stirs kind of foam.
How's it going?
I figured that's what you meant.
But no, there are like bits and things that I prefer, like to each one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I like the detail on the leg pattern that Shade had versus the detail over here.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer the shoes. However, when you go up a little bit, let me zoom this one out. You get to the belts. I prefer these belts. However, they don't have the bone buckle.
Yeah. Well, it can always be added in future pieces of art, right?
Yeah. Could be. Could. We have yet again, you know, the detail on the sleeve. I really preferred the way that Shade had it.
Okay.
Versus over here. But like,
oh, I think okay.
the
Yeah,
biggest
I think
thing is the biggest difference is the hair. And me and Shade had like a really hard time like deciding on the hair.
Okay.
So like it was just difficult to begin with. But whenever I sent over the PowerPoint over to 2D Casual or Kaz,
Mm-hmm.
she understood the assignment. I need to turn the shake off.
Oh yeah, you're no longer barking at Brevin. So.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries, no worries.
But yeah, she took the reference images that I had for the hair and like really like did a excellent job. I love it.
Absolutely.
For those of you who cannot notice, because you're blind, there are little bubbles. See, I much prefer the detail here. I mean, the detail
Oh, the fact
here.
that they're
The
fact that they're
hairpins are actually paw shaped and not just like circles.
Yeah.
But we can have that corrected
Mm-hmm.
in future iterations as we move along with art stuff.
Exactly.
But yeah, no. They're little paws. I do like the change in facial expression though. Like base stationary facial expression. Because like the type of dog that my character is my model is based off of is like one of those like quiet, stoic, big dogs. So like I wanted it to have like a very like stoic, you know, look, but whenever it needed like it go gremlin when it need to.
Yeah, I was trying to do that kind of stoic face, and I'm just like, God damn, the allergies in here are just getting to me. My eye has been watering all freaking day. Yeah, apologies if you see me wiping my eye a little bit. Yeah, I've just got some freaking allergies today. A Great Pyrenees? Is that what your breed is, or? Oh, you got a Great Pyrenees. Oh, fucking.
No,
never mind. That's a pun.
Shut up, brother. Shut up. I will be right back. I'm going to leave y'all here with Zero for a second. And
okay.
I'm gonna go take care of something, and I will be right back.
Alrighty, we will be here. Well, hope you are all having a wonderful evening, chat. Look at this cute pupper. Isn't this pupper just adorable? Make me. Well, I don't know how I can make you do anything, brethren. This ain't my channel. We'll have to wait for Kara. Oh. But yes, I do hope you all are having a wonderful evening. Yeah, sorry, I'm just drawing a blank. Oh. But yeah, I don't know if Kara's gonna bring it up, but I do love this trans the trans bone as the badge. I love that. No, this is a really well designed She tries anything and I might pull out a toothbrush. Oh, stop. I. Oh. I mean, I guess I don't know because I see the original one here as being more, obviously it's wavy, whereas the final design has more of a floof. But waves in hair, I mean, that's always going to be difficult to try to get like the right consistency. Because wavy hair can have its own, like whether you want floofy hair or wavy hair, like that, you both have their aesthetic. Both have their aesthetics, and yeah, brain fart. uh, I mean, again, I am hardly the authority on hair here, so it's I can't really speak for what is good hair and what is bad hair, but oh, but let's see. Um, just trying to think. All right, question for y'all. I had this raised to me the other day, or earlier today, not the other day, but earlier today. If you had the choice to be immortal, cannot be killed, cannot die from injury or illness, but you have a set life to live. You will die of old age, or you can be eternally young, but you can still be killed. Which would you pick? So, immortality, as in you cannot die. Bet. Bet. Blah, blah, blah.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
One of the things, let me go.
Where do you go? Where do you go?
All right. So one of my favorite things about the whole entire design was this garter. And
Yes. Something like that, brethren. I was posing a question while you were gone. Would you rather be invulnerable, basically invincible, but you die of old age, or eternally young, but you can still be killed? So like you technically you would never age, but you could still be killed.
Never age.
That's kind of where I would be too, because with a young, healthy body, like it's amazing what you'd be able to accomplish. Immortality has its benefits, but...
a forever young body, and you just don't die of natural causes, but you can still be killed.
Yes.
You can master so many skills to keep yourself from being killed.
Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. That's kind of my thought too, because you're right. You can you could basically train yourself in multiple ways, and it's the best thing because everyone keeps talking about how like infinite life is a curse and you eventually get bored of it. Well, that's where the eternally young thing comes in. If you ever decide you're finally done, you can just go.
So the eternal young thing, you can be killed. Would that be like...
So you could...
Would you still die of disease?
If it is bad enough. Like, obviously with a young body, if it's something that is recoverable, you could recover from it.
So like you could
We
have an
even
immortally young body, but end up with like something like cancer and still die from it.
and that's kind of, well, that's actually where we were saying is like if you caught it fast enough, I would think most youthful bodies,
or would it just be like
be able to,
or would it be like the terms of like someone has to kill you?
ooh, now see, that would be like Highlander rules. Ooh, I didn't even think about that one. That'd be even more interesting. Like Highlander rules, you can only die when someone else kills. Ooh. Yeah, because I basically at the time, I kind of thought of it as like, okay, yes, you can still die of something like cancer or pneumonia or something like that.
The Black Plague.
But the Black Plague. But like, if you caught it fast enough and you got it treated, like I said, a lot of cancers nowadays, you can still treat at a very early stage. And yes, it will affect your body, but you would still have that eternally youthful body. So you'd probably deal with the after effects of like chemo for a while, but then your body would slowly get better because you're not aging. You're going back into that youthful form. So I mean, I think in another sense, you could kind of think of it as like two different healing factors. One that keeps you healthy, but can't stop you from getting like mortally wounded or gravely sick, versus the higher version where you could basically jump out of a plane, fall to the ground, and recover from it. But with the latter one, you would have a set expiration date. After a certain time, you would just go kaput. Why is my chair sinking? Chair's freaking sinking. But I would still take the eternally young.
Mean same.
Yeah. Highlander, how about you Highland on frickin' Brevin? I didn't mean to derail too much. I just wanted
I literally can't.
Yeah, I apologize if I derailed a bit too much. I wasn't sure how long you were going to be gone.
Oh no, you're fine.
Fair enough.
However, I am going to change lib music.
Oh, no worries. Oh, nice.
But no, you're fine, Zero. I'm the yes, you were the problem. Why is it all of my mods that are the fucking problem?
Oh no, I've seen that meme. Why is it every time it's you fucking three, and it's the VIPs, the mods, and the firsts?
Yeah.
I forget where I saw that meme, but I have seen that meme on Twitter and a couple of Discords.
Yeah, it's always a mod here. Like the people who are just chilling in chat and talking and hanging out. They're something chat represents the streamer. You know what? Fuck you. Stop calling me out on my bullshit.
There it is. I found it. It's a little bit blurry, but I'll download it, and I'll post it in the side chat.
All right. But no. This was like, I really liked both of the designs for the garter. I like that she took it and made it black. It just looks better. Like I decided on the white. But like after seeing the black, it made it. I don't know. It just looks better.
Fair enough.
However, you'll notice like in a few spots there is a like small little detail to my design. 3 rings.
Oh.
3 rings.
Oh,
Three
okay.
rings, three
Rule
rings.
of threes. Okay.
For a total of 12.
Okay.
Three, three. What?
Oh, image is a little blocked.
No, it changed image. There we go.
Oh shit.
However, no rings.
Oh.
No rings.
Oops.
That's like, I didn't notice until she had like a week after she had sent it to me, and I was like, oh, I love this.
Yeah.
That like half the rings are missing.
Yeah. Maybe she thought some of them were mistakes or I don't know.
My rings of power. No.
Oh, they're your rings of power. Okay. Well, it just means you got to find them again. You need to quest.
I only have half my power.
Then one, and even at half your power, you're still unbeatable.
Thank you, Zero. Because like the original design behind this model, and the idea for the lore was, it was just gonna be a puppy girl. However, I changed that.
Oh.
And some of y'all have noticed my name in Discord has been changed to Inukami.
Right.
AKA Dog God.
Yep. Okay. I'm seeing the vision now.
And this was a change that I made to my model's lore before this artwork was finished. And I put in that the rings are rings of power.
Ah, okay.
That's why there's 12 of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been cutting, my power's just been cut in half.
Like I said, you might be able to swing that as an added lore detail, maybe. Like seriously, maybe you need to quest for them, or
yeah, maybe we'll delve more into the lore later.
I gotcha, but no, it is a shame, but speaking
on VTubers and lores and models and art, we are now going to segue into a little thing that I haven't done in a long, long time. Welcome to Weebs, Waifus, and Waffles.
Ah, of course.
And we are going to start with my first question for Zero today.
All right.
So you have been in the long, arduous process of coming up with a character design of your own.
I have. Would you like me to share it?
Yeah, if you don't mind, send it to me, and I will share with
absolutely.
the class.
This was also done by Shade. I sent it in the side chat.
I get that, Shade, but I kind of like where Zero is going. so I like the lore point of it. So like my PNG, my PNG only has 3 of the rings.
Uh-huh. Oh, even better. Okay. So maybe
whenever I get
rings...
a VTuber model,
there's go.
6. Whenever I get my 3D model, I have 9.
Have all 12. Oh, okay. So what would be 12? Like VR chat or
Get more rings with more detail. Um, I have already designed another outfit in my head for
beautiful?
for it, and it is like I've already had this design in my head since I changed to the Inukami thing,
Nice.
and
Tracks, yeah.
um, it is going to be the God Regalia.
Ooh.
But we'll get to that later. We'll cover
All
that
right.
another day.
All right.
However, let me go over here and pull up Zero's little design.
All right.
Live open chat. Save image. Save. Then I'll go to here. And go to this properties. Here we go. So this is tell us about your design and how Zero came to be.
All right. Well, as I've said many times, my name, Zero Budget Gamer, obviously the full name does mean, zero budget gaming. I've lived a lot of my life gaming on no budget, trying to squeeze the best value I can out of the games I play, playing a lot of free to play games. But when I originally made the name, I wanted something related to Mega Man because Mega Man is one of my favorite franchises out there. And Zero is one of my favorite characters, so that was kind of where the name originally started. And when I was coming up with ideas for an OC, I similarly wanted a Mega Man model. But I didn't want to just be. I wanted it to kind of be a little bit like me because I am a big guy, as you guys can see. And I've always been very self conscious about that. And I know that yes, I need to get in better shape, but I don't know if I'll ever get to the ideal like 180, 200 pound ideal of an average adult male. I think I'll always be a little bit of a big guy. So I started the design as kind of an idea to make me feel a little bit more comfortable in my own skin. And one of the major model inspirations for this, in addition to Mega Man, is Sig Curtis from Full Metal Alchemist. For those of you who don't
We can
remember,
show who that is. I just need to.
okay,
Oh wait, no, it's this pingy. You don't have sit up.
you don't have. Oh yeah, no, I can swap it over. Yes. So yeah, this is Sig Curtis. Um, Sig Curtis is the husband of Izumi, Ed and Al's teacher, and oh no worries, brethren. And he is a very stoic man. He does have a more of a barrel sized body, but he is easily one of the strongest characters in the FMA verse. I always love the exchange between him and Alex Luis Armstrong, just two muscle bros just
Sparkling it up.
sparkling it up. I always love that scene.
Oh, wrong
And
one.
so Sig is definitely he was one of the biggest inspirations. Um, yeah, he was one of the biggest inspirations for this, of just having this. Even though he's got a belly, he's still a muscle bound guy. And so a lot of what I took as inspiration were some of the larger Mega Man characters, like the Colonel from Mega Man X4, Sigma from Mega Man X. Um, but there's also elements like the belly is actually inspired by Baymax. So it's like if you remember Baymax's 1.0 armor when Hiro is like he's first trying to figure out how to utilize Baymax, so he's got that like green and gray armor and it's still got the pudge. I always loved that design too. Exactly, brethren. He is big and burly, but he can also be soft.
Thank you for the like,
And
Ashura.
welcome in too. Um so that is basically where the midsection comes from. So he's a very big character. Height wise, he is easily going to be whenever I get like if I can ever get to a point of me being able to make like comparison art between me and like you or Shade or Tiger or anyone else, I'm gonna stand like leagues above you guys because my character's gonna be like easily 10 feet tall or bigger. But he's gonna be a gentle giant, which I mean, I can get into his lore separately, but for now, the design ideas are, like I said, we have stuff like Sigma or the Colonel. But then another big thing is you'll notice that he's got a little circle in his hand. That was kind of inspired because I wanted him to be a little bit like me. Like, yes, he's a big guy. Yes, he is almost built to be a brawler, but he's got more of a technical mind. He's got more his purpose actually tends to be more on the engineering side. And so he actually has a little bit of Frankie from One Piece in him. And his hand actually has that little tiny hand that the time skip Frankie has so that he can work on finer details. Um then you have the feet. You'll notice they have little grooves in them. That's because I also took inspiration from I believe it was Magma Dragoon or Flame Dragoon. I always forget his name. But this is another Mega Man X character who is, cuz I love dragons, and when someone brought it up to me, I thought, okay, I can't deny I would love a little bit of dragon inspiration here. So I thought, what if he had some parts from Magma Dragoon? Magma Dragoon has these like dragon talon feet. But what if instead of being able to use them to their fullest extent, he has them kind of like transformed into a regular shoe?
Yeah. The shoes actually
And
kind of like remind me of like I know a lot of people here probably don't watch One Piece, but the shoes from Egghead Island.
right now, based on Shade's design, they do kind of evoke that. Um, I did actually get I actually am commissioning a Mega Man style artist to do my character sheet, so they'll probably get a little bit closer to Mega Man style feet. But I do love that distinction too. That Shade's design does give off that vibe too. And those boots are so unique.
Yeah,
But yeah, so
I
that's
would like to have a pair of those boots. They seem like a great thing to have.
they look so comfy too.
Also, little spoinks whenever you walk around.
Mm-hmm. um Now Shade obviously didn't have the ability to put the finer details into it, but the little blue gem in the center is the what I'd really love, and I really hope that the artist that I commissioned puts it in, is I want it to have a bit of an additional design to it, like a framing to it, because this particular gem I want to be sort of oval shaped with a horizontal crack going through it to make it look like a digital zero.
That's pretty cool.
And it's going to show how this guy, he doesn't take the best care of himself. Um it kind of leans into my whole thing about being zero budget. Like he's big, he's burly, but he's also very suboptimal. So like I said, the barrel belly is it's a design flaw where they had to, while they were building him, they were trying to overload him with specs and couldn't really fit everything in a sleek package. Um, Another big thing for my character that kind of ties into some of my more ragey moments during stream is he's got a very high processing unit, but they didn't implant him with the proper cooling systems, so there's a chance that his hardware can overheat, and when it overheats, he can end up getting very aggressive.
Yeah.
So just that because we've been talking multiple times about trying to create a page, a scene in OBS of like 0.exe is crashing, please reboot. And
it's a pretty sick design.
I appreciate that. The one that I'm also really proud of that another person suggested to me is the hat. The hat is it's a little bit of a JoJo inspiration.
I see that
because it's meant to be. But what's really kind of cool that someone suggested is that what if the brim can actually transform to go down, and when it goes down, it becomes like a
visor?
combination. A combination face shield and attack visor, so it can give like a heads up display and everything.
Yeah, that's pretty dope.
Yeah. And then obviously the thing
Taiga.
up front, it's a little hey Taiga, welcome in. Hope you're doing well, Taiga.
Thank you, brethren. I was just about to tell you.
But yeah, obviously the he's got a beard just like me. I'm probably happy. I'd be happy if he just has a regular beard, doesn't have the gray of mine. But yeah, like I said,
thank you for the care
meant
package,
to have a
Shade.
lot of similar. Thank you very much, Shade. But yes, he's meant to blend a little bit of my own design, my own self, with
well, it's nice to have
with
you
my
here,
love of Mega Man. And
I'm glad you can make it.
Oh, nice. Oh, you did say that in I did see that post.
I'm sorry, like I've been at work most of the day, so like
oh yeah.
I'm kind of disconnected when I'm at work.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I used to be chronically online and now I'm chronically offline, so
Which do you prefer more?
Chronically online. Real life sucks.
Well, let me ask you this. Chronically offline but you have a paycheck, or chronically online but you don't have one?
That doesn't matter.
All right, fair enough. I believe those are the main points of my design. The pouches there are mostly there for I mostly added that as kind of like a thought process of like, okay, he was originally built as a battle bot, but then they had to change him into another thing, so they had to kind of like slap some pouches on him so he could hold tools. Yeah, I believe that was the main.
I imagine one of those pouches has dog treats in it.
I would imagine so. Yes.
That one right there.
I would imagine this pouch would be like the belt, like the bat belts. Eventually, just has something
right
for every occasion. There you go. Easy access. There you go. But yes, I was really proud as I continued to build this, because those became my colors: the dark blue, the red, and the black, because those are some of my favorite colors. And I thank Shade for helping me find a blend that really worked.
Can one of my lovely mods give me another shout out for Shade?
Absolutely. If it weren't for Shade, I really wouldn't have gotten as far on this as I did. And honestly, Shade was the one who really helped me. She is. Like she has given me so much motivation to work on this, and she helped me build the entire design doc that I have. She went to the trouble of sketching this after I had already made like an entire design doc, and she was helping me get the finer details of it. And it's like while I was working on this, and she sends me the sketch. I'm like, Shade, what hit you? she completely surprised me with that. No, we don't, Shade. I give you plenty.
I don't think we give you enough.
You plenty.
I don't.
Oh. No, absolutely, Shade. I will always make sure to hype you up because yes, you have done amazingly. You have been such an amazing friend in the time that I have known you. I only wish I could pay you back for it, but hopefully I will one of these days.
There we go. There we go. We don't give you enough credit around here, Shade. You know how many times Shade has like helped me with redesigning my model or like redoing my
No, I
emotes
don't.
or
No, I
like
don't.
Shade is truly one of a kind and
Yes.
a really really great friend. Shade's my favorite religion. Facts.
There you
Big
go. I
facts.
love
I'm
that.
pinning that. I'm pinning
There
that
we go.
message.
I love that. That is beautiful. I wish I could plus not plus one, plus 100. Ain't no plus one, ain't no plus two. That's a plus 100. But yeah, I believe that is the long and short of my design. Like I said during, I do have, I am hoping to get a
Yeah,
character
no.
sheet commissioned, and yeah.
As many of you all know, I have gone through many many of iteration of model and character and oh wait, get that off screen.
What? Wait, what went off screen?
It was the GIF you sent me yesterday.
Oh no!
It was the GIF of Guinea.
Oh god! Sorry, I forgot I'm delayed.
Uh,
I
but
forgot I am
like,
delayed there.
let me just gallery.
There we go. For
Like,
free. Yeah, no, I had to make sure because one of my waifus, I had to make sure I found an okay picture.
let's see.
Oh.
We have
Hmm.
like Shade did this.
Oh. Oh, that is beautiful. Oh, is that when you were Fae Queen?
Yeah, this is when I was Fae Queen. When
Okay.
this is the second iteration of Fae Queen.
Okay.
Um, Shade also.
Don't worry, brethren. They'll come back just in a non-animated form.
Yeah, they'll be back later.
Well, Shade still did a good job. Even if Shade only edited, Shade still did a good job.
This is the first iteration of Dark Fae Queen Kara.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Do I have? Well, no. Shade didn't work on that one. However, she did do the emotes for it. She did do. She did do the emotes, like for original OG Fae Queen Kara. Before the fall.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, now that's cute. Beyond Humana, brethren, to give you a perspective.
Like, there's... Shade has done quite a bit for me. And has helped me out in my VTubing journey quite a lot. Like,
Yep.
I don't think
we stand shade
yeah,
in this house.
no. That emote has not been around in a hot minute. Like, we have the little guy drinking boba.
Oh, that's so cute.
Which
That is
Shade,
adorable.
I must request your assistance once more.
To make another boba.
I'm pretty sure Shade is just sick and tired of redoing my emotes at this point.
Oh, I think I remember this one. Yep.
Wait, did I show an actual picture of Neko Witch Kara? No, I didn't. I don't have an image of like the actual design.
Oh, because you had that for a while.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, from back whenever we did.
Because I want to say I played Fortnite with you once or twice while you were the Neko.
Back when we did the lore video, y'all remember the lore video or the lore thing?
Oh.
Yeah,
I
we
don't
were in
remember
Oni
this
for a
lore.
little bit. The Oni was very short lived. No, I believe that like the lore thing is still in my email somewhere.
Probably would take too much time to try to find it. It's got to be there though, like you said.
Yeah. It's there somewhere. Bro, y'all want to see a blast from the past? Y'all remember? Anybody remember this?
No,
Who remembers this?
I'm sure Taiga does. I'm hoping Shade does.
This was a model that I had done by another lovely person named Undir. However, my taste quickly changed from this to wanting to be the Dark Fae. Like we were Fae. We were Fae for a long time.
Gotcha. I think I see the transition period. Yeah, going from this to Dark Fae. Yeah.
So the lore video actually tied into that.
Oh, okay.
Or not lore video, lore reading.
Fair.
So basically, like, the whole premise of like the lore thing was basically you had Kara. I appreciate how the color scheme went full circle.
Oh my god, it did. Well,
yeah.
Well, at least we know Kara has certain favorite colors.
But no, it went from God, I really wish I could find it right now so I could play it for everyone. Actually, let's see.
You might be able to. Purples, blues, and whites, yeah. I love how I think I'm actually blinking more than your model just because of these allergies.
No. I know that it was I know that it was a Google Doc.
Okay. Well, then it would still be in your account, right?
Let's see if I can find it. Yeah!
You found it? Nice.
It was an easy thing to find.
I figured if it was in your Google Docs.
Let's see, properties. So, like, I wrote all of this lore.
Let's see, how many pages? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not bad.
And then it was a combined effort of Sora, Taiga, Shade, and Null voice acting
Oh, beautiful.
this. Like, I was the director.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and the color coding for the lines as well.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. Do you still have it? Do you still have it, Shade? Because I know you're the one that edited it all together. Because if you have the audio file still, that would be awesome.
It would be.
Because I want to do another project like this. Not necessarily like a lore thing, but like a writing and...
Yeah, honestly, that's something I still need to knock out with my own OC because...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did as well. I'd have to check my email, though.
Depending on how long ago it was, it would be hard for even Shade to find
I'm going to do this.
the scent log. Hold on, I gotta get up and stretch for a second. I've been sitting for too much today. Let's see. Is everything going the right way? All right. You already found it? Damn, Shade. You're a freaking pro. Oh, damn, I don't. Oh, never mind. I was about to say you were going to give us even more reason to have you as our favorite religion.
What's your... That's it.
Look, half my job is fair. Mods kiss Shade's forehead. I mean, is that even an option? No, apparently not. That's apparently a command that needs to be added. Just not the file. Oh, okay. Okay. Wait, a drive link, so you might be in your drive? Huh.
Does it say what email you sent it to?
That was so. Oh hell yeah!
I'm going off on a tangent now.
Base version is, but not the complete. Ah. No, I understand. It's one of those things you just. It's on your mind. You want to get it going. I totally understand. I got to be. Oh, you got to be fair. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh yeah, no. We can do a light reading of it real quick if you want to.
Okay.
All right. Let me get my. Would you like to be our narrator, Mr. Zero?
Certainly. Let's see.
The narrator is all the green.
I figured. Just let me increase the quality a little bit so I can. Okay, there we go. Long ago, before man even took their first steps, there were the Fae. There was a beautiful queen who ruled over them. Her name was Titania. The Fae lived in peace with the world, and it was all thanks to the queen. With her just and unwavering leadership, millennia passed under her rule. Until humans came into existence, Titania convinced her people to hide from humanity in the forests and seas. One Fae was appalled by this decision and set out to enact a plan to overthrow the current queen and take her place on the throne. She ventured long and far to uncover the power she needed, until one day, on the verge of death, an opportunity arose. When death showed up to claim her life, she persuaded him to make a deal in which all of Fae kind would be in danger if she did not hold up her end. Though if death had failed on his part, she was to receive the Reaper's powers over life and death. The Reaper had not known what he had agreed to. He thought it to be a simple game of hide and seek, but it was not. As the game began, the unknown Failing disappeared right before his eyes. It was like she no longer even existed. After hundreds of years, the game came to an end. The Fae reappeared before the Reaper and drained him of his power and very existence. At the end of his time, he asked the Fae how she had disappeared. She only looked at him with an evil, demented grin as he faded away into nothing. After claiming the Reaper's powers for herself, she pressed on. As she arrived at the first sanctuary and her words resonated in the hearts of others, her message spread like wildfire, gaining her more followers everywhere.
I wish Taiga was here. I wish Taiga was here so bad. She did this so well. Taiga, are you free? Are you free? I need.
Would you be
you,
willing?
Taiga.
Would you be willing, Taiga?
Would you be willing to come to a live reading?
I can't. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Taiga.
I'll do my best.
All right.
Hang on. She said, "Hang on."
Hang on. Okay. You have the file. Oh. Can it be sent through Discord, or does it have to be? If Shade has it, bet yes. Oh.
Long ago.
Oh, it's the full thing.
Even took
it's
their
the full
first
thing.
Steps. There were the Fae.
Awesome.
There was a beautiful queen who ruled over them. Her name was Titania. The Fae lived in peace with the world. And it was all thanks to the queen.
Oh, no, this is
with her
Taiga.
just and unwavering leadership. Millennia
Okay.
passed under her rule. Until humans came into existence. Titania convinced her people to hide from humanity in the forests and seas. One Fae was appalled by this decision and set out to enact a plan to overthrow the current queen and take her place on the throne. She ventured long and far to uncover the power she needed, until one day, on the verge of death, an opportunity arose. When death showed up to claim her life, she persuaded him to make a deal in which all of Feykind would be in danger if she did not hold up her end. Though, if death had failed on his part, she was to receive the Reaper's powers over life and death. The Reaper had not known what he had agreed to. He thought it to be a simple game of hide and seek, but it was not. As the game began, the unknown Feyling disappeared right before his eyes. It was like she no longer even existed. After hundreds of years, the game came to an end. The Fey reappeared before the Reaper and drained him of his power and very existence. At the end of his time, he asked the Fey how she had disappeared. She only looked at him with an evil, demented grin as he faded away into nothing. After claiming the Reaper's powers for herself, she pressed on. As she arrived at the first sanctuary, and her words resonated in the hearts of others, her message spread like wildfire, gaining her more followers everywhere she traveled.
We don't have to hide from the humans. We have been here for eons. We're stronger. They should be hiding from us. The queen is foolish and a coward. This is our world. Our kind will rule again.
With an army amassed, she readied for the final assault on the queen's sanctuary.
Let me pause this real quick.
Fighting her way through the guards,
no worries.
she reached the final hallway.
Wait, where is it?
As she approached the throne room, a familiar face creeped into view. Oberon, king of the Fey, and an old friend to the young Feyling.
I don't know where it's open at.
It's the other tab.
Young Fey.
Okay, yeah. I want to go back a little bit.
Okay. Are you sure this isn't the full thing, Shade?
Yeah, because it cuts out Null's line here.
Oh,
Because Null
okay.
played Oberon.
Okay.
I'm gonna play it again. If you could,
Okay.
Do you mind reading for Oberon?
Sure.
Because I'll read for Titania.
Okay.
Words resonated in the hearts of others. Her message spread like wildfire, gaining her more followers everywhere she traveled.
We don't have to hide from the humans. We have been here for eons. We're stronger. They should be hiding from us. The queen is foolish and a coward. This is our world. Our kind will rule again.
With an army amassed, she readied for the final assault on the queen's sanctuary. Fighting her way through the guards, she reached the final hallway. As she approached the throne room, a familiar face creeped into view. Oberon, king of the Fey, and an old friend to the young Feyling.
You don't need to do this. Just turn back now.
The young
She
Fey
will
looked at
kill you.
Oberon with dull, dead eyes.
I have no interest in killing a weakling like you. Go find some shadows to creep in.
Moving through shadows, Oberon rose up behind her and grabbed her hand.
Please, stop. I beg you, from one friend to another. She is more powerful than you could imagine. I don't want to watch my friend die.
Then don't.
As she swings her knife toward his eyes, narrowly dodging her attack through the shadows, he backs away. The Fae continues forward toward the throne room. Oberon moves through the shadows to stop once more, but as his body comes through, the young Fae shoves her knife through his chest. Oberon's lifeless body falls to the ground. With no one left in her way, she proceeded to march on into the Queen's throne room, where Titania awaited her.
Stop. What are you doing? It doesn't have to end like
The young Fae looked at the Queen with something that could only be described as disdain.
Stop? Why would I do that? You would have us hide from the humans when we walked this earth before they even existed.
I would. Our time to freely walk this land is past. It is their turn now. You do not have the power to defeat me. Existed since the beginning. I wish not strike down one of my own, but I will do what I must to stop you. I think I read that a little too fast.
Yeah, it happens.
The Queen stretched out her arm, and a beautiful silver sword appeared in her hand.
This is your end, young one.
In an instant, the Queen appeared right before the unknown Fae. As her blade was about to hit her mark, a long, dark scythe that seemed to come from nowhere blocked the Queen's attack. The Queen was quick to back away, for she recognized the weapon.
Where did you get that weapon?
Let's just say that death is bad at hide and seek.
The failing charging in, the sounds of blades crushing screeched through the air, and sparks flew like fireworks as they traded blows again and again, only stopping for the occasional spell. The crazed face stopped with a hand above her head.
I am Kara, aspect of death. Heed my call, souls of the damned. Join us in this world of the living and wreak havoc once more.
As she finished, the ground began to shake and crack as the bones of the dead rose from the ground and grabbed the Queen by her ankles and arms, holding her in place. She looked at the young Fae again, her face twisted by darkness. Her wings and hair began to change colors from bright pinks and blues to the darkest of blacks and the deepest of purples, as the very magic she used corrupted her being.
This is the end.
She darted forward towards the Queen, and with one swift motion, cut her clean in two. The young Fae turned to the body of the former Queen she had just slain, picked up her blood-soaked crown, and gleefully announced,
I am Kara, aspect of death, and ruler of the Fae.
It's so good.
It is. It is. Oh,
It was so much fun to work on.
absolutely. It looked like it was.
Like, I want to do another project like that.
Hell yeah.
However,
No,
that means
hell
I'd
yeah.
have to get back to writing, and that has been a
Yeah.
hot minute.
That can be challenging. Hey, you still did amazingly, Tyga. You still did amazingly.
Dude, Tyga, whenever I heard the final finished cut of this, I was like literally gobsmacked at y'all's performances.
Hell yeah, bravo.
Like, I was there when the recording was going on, obviously because I was the director.
Of course.
But listening to it and then playing it on stream, and then as the final
Aggressive bowing, yes.
like whenever so whenever it says that Kara, like the last part where she's saying I'm Kara, aspect of death, ruler of like ruler of the Fae, and she starts to laugh, like I literally popped this up on screen.
There you go.
Like full zoomed in on the screen.
Oh, beautiful.
So
No, you put a lot of work into that, and it shows.
It was
Bravo
fun.
to all of you.
It was so much fun.
Yes, no, bravo to all of you. That was really well made.
Once things like 2000s old indie horror zoomed in, let me. Did I close it? No, I didn't. Like,
Did you just like?
okay. Like, let me un. Can we not and say that we?
Oh, okay. We're talking like
It was
okay.
like that on the screen.
Dang. All shaking vibration, like the pick is sitting on an overworked. Oh, I feel like I know what you're talking about, brethren.
No. It was just like that still image, and like at the very like last part where she starts laughing, it just like boom in your face.
Damn.
Like for the most like during the whole entire like lore reading, like the screen was just black.
Oh, okay.
There was like mystical
and
Fae music playing in the background.
Gotcha.
And then like
Gotcha.
once it got to that part, boom.
Nice.
Super close zoomed up Yandere Kara.
Damn. Oh, damn.
But yeah, no, that was a hell of a time.
Yeah.
I will, whenever I have the time, I will get back to writing, and I will reach out to folks who I think who may or may not be interested in doing a little free pro bono VA work.
I'm willing.
We'll see what we can come up with.
Absolutely.
But no, that was like
I may not be very. I was about to say I may not be very experienced, but I'm always willing to give that sort of stuff a try.
And if I feel like you'd be an excellent narrator.
I appreciate that. We bone in prose. I don't know if we could do that for free.
I mean, some people do. So
yeah.
for free. All right. So we have meandered off topic long enough. Let's get back to. Well, not get back to.
I mean, okay. I mean, to be fair, part of this stream was the debut. We spent about 30 minutes on debut, and so then we add an hour of yap to that. So I think we're on track.
All right. So now we are going to move on to the first segment, I guess you could call it.
All right.
Let me go pull open this zip doc.
All right. Yeah, I was gonna say if the zip doc didn't work, I can also send them to you.
You DM'd that.
But yeah, I even tried to write them down as Weebs Waifu and Waffles, so make it easy.
All right. Continue to download. Leave me alone.
I also tried to keep everything roughly the same size, so hopefully there won't be any
All right,
cases of just.
so we are going to start our first segment, also known as the Weebs section.
Mm-hmm.
So in this, we like to talk about our top 10 favorite animes. Um, um, like the ones that you think are like the best of the best.
Yes.
Um, so I'm going to kick us off. Let me do a little switcheroo here. Ba, ba, ba.
Oh, by the way, you don't have any music playing. I don't know if you wanted to have music going.
I did. I did.
Okay.
I paused it so we could play the thing, and
Of course, of course. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah.
but no. I'm going
I
to
just
start
looked
us
up in the
off with
corner.
my number 10. So the way this
Mhm.
works is we go in ascending order. That's the right word.
Yep.
From 10 being like
Yeah,
the
I believe
bottom,
that is the right one.
and 1 being like your favorite anime of all time.
Yes.
So for me, number 10. I'm just going to do this the easy way
All right.
for me because I know that all of them are on here, and it's just going to give me a clean cut image. Because
Right.
I don't have mine done.
Okay. Yeah, whatever makes it easy. Yeah, I was in a panic. I wanted to make sure I always try to do my assignment to the best of my ability. That's why,
I need
like
to
I said,
move
I went to the
this
trouble
over here.
of finding them and
Properties.
yeah,
So
because I
my
tried
number
to find
10
Homo are free.
is Rent a Girlfriend.
Oh, really? Okay. That track. You've talked about this one a lot.
I know what people are going to say. You have trash taste in anime. You like dumpster fire anime. Yes, yes, I do. I don't know what it is. Part of me hates this anime with a passion. The other part of me absolutely loves it and can't get enough of it. The MC is garbage. The love interests are very much the same, except for one, Sumi.
Mhm.
Sumi is adorable. We don't trash talk Sumi.
I don't know what to tell you there, brethren. But yeah, as far as Rent a Girlfriend goes, I have not seen the show. I have heard of it through its reputation, and I'll at least say this, even if it's a dumpster fire, at least that's providing warmth. I can understand being comforted by something like this.
I really wish you would stop, brethren, but I know you're not. It's fine though. It's fine.
Yeah, we all have at least one or two things that are like trashy or I'm trying to think of the other words, but yeah, I can understand like enjoying the trashiness. I mean, for goodness sakes, how many people still watch soap operas here in America?
Yeah. Or like telenovelas.
There you go. So yeah, like I said, whatever the popular opinion is.
No. It's not a genuine stop. It's not a genuine stop, brethren. It is not a genuine stop. You don't have to stop what you're doing. I'm being facetious. Like, there is no redeeming qualities. I take that back. There are 2 characters that make this that are not absolute garbage.
Okay.
Which, let's see, is it going to show my mouse? Yeah. Which is Sumi, which is this one right here. She is adorable.
Mhm.
I love Sumi so much. She can do no wrong. This
Okay.
character right here, fuck her. Her name is Mami Chan. Fuck Mami Chan. She is a absolute garbage character and a piece of shit.
Noted. Noted.
And then this character right here.
Mm-hmm.
She is a little shit. She is Kusagaki given character. You know, a little shit gotta like a little shit. So
Yep. Yeah. Oh.
I don't remember what her name is.
I don't know if Crunchyroll gives you character names in the front page.
No, but I'm pretty sure I can go to like the details of an episode. Well, it'd play the
Exact-
episode.
yeah.
So
Or I could do this, so I could look up rent a girlfriend characters. And then that flower in her hair. Wow. You are wonderful, Google. Every time the character pages for all these, it only shows their legs. That's beautiful.
wow.
Is it Minnie?
Yeah.
Okay, Minnie Yaimori.
Yaimori. That's what she
Yeah.
goes by in the show is Yaimori.
Yeah.
Or Yai.
There we go.
She's a gremlin. I love her. And Sumi is just adorable.
Fair enough.
But yeah, no, that is my number 10. Now
All
we're
right.
going to move on to Zero's number 10.
All right.
I want to be honest with you, this is one that
So-
I have not watched.
Really?
Really?
OG or new? Okay.
Yeah, I have not watched it. Property.
I will be damned there. Okay.
We have
So,
Trigun.
yes. Trigun is my number 10. And I will say the entire Trigun franchise, like from the OG to, the Trigun Maximum, to the new one too. The Trigun, is it Stampede?
Yeah,
or...
Stampede.
Yeah. The new one especially, that one blew me away. From the art quality to the changes in character design, I just absolutely loved it. But I have to say, like, Trigun was definitely one of those shows that growing up, it influenced me so much. I idolized Vash so goddamn much. So many of my early OCs had Vash's hair. Like, no joke. It was literally, I loved that hairstyle. I wanted that hairstyle. I am bald partially because of wanting that hairstyle, because I tried to put too much hair product in my hair and try to keep it there.
Wow.
Yeah, no. Trigun I was obsessed with.
Can
Of
we,
all the
can we
stuff
get an Owen
people-
Wilson wow in the chat, please? Wow.
Yes, no, that is absolutely true. No, I've said this before. One of the reasons I started losing my hair when I was on a bit of a tangent, real quick. I started losing my hair around when I was 20 because I was terrible at taking care of it in high school and college. Because, like I said, I would literally try to use hair gel to either spike it up or slick it back, and I wouldn't wash it out at night. Yes, I know I was disgusting. But then I also learned that I did have a bit of a hereditary thing of hair loss. And so those two factors just combined. So, like I said, take care of your hair, everyone. That's all I got to say. But as far as Trigun is concerned, yes, his coat was always peak design. The hairstyle was something that I still idolize to this day. If I make characters now, I make one of two characters. I either make characters that look like me, big, bald beard, or I make them like I make them all the time, which is long, spiky hair. sometimes blonde, sometimes sometimes I'll go in other colors because I also love red. So there you go, red spiky hair. I just the more I thought about it, the more I realized that, yes, Trigun was,
very early anime.
yes,
Very
and
early
just like I said,
anime-esque.
yes, that late that 90s, maybe early 2000s style of that long spiky hair that you don't see much anymore. I still love that aesthetic. And Trigun was the one that basically started that. And yeah, just out of all the stuff that I would watch on Toonami and Adult Swim, Trigun was the one that I could just watch. I could just watch it every single night with and not get bored. In fact, I forgot to put an honorable mention here, but yeah, honorable mention will go to Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop would be my 11th for the very same reason.
So
Just
we'll actually make full circle on your honorable mention.
Okay.
In a roundabout way.
Fair enough.
But now.
But yeah, I just was gonna put that out there because I remembered Shade had gave her honorable mention during hers, and I was like, shoot, I forgot to get an honorable mention thing. I just figured I'd mention it real quick because yeah, Trigun and Cowboy Bebop, they're very close. They were very close to one another because they were both that Adult Swim Toonami era that really was just that influential. So, but yeah, that is my number 10.
So I'm going to do my number 9 now. My number 9 is none other than the great anime by a very great mangaka known as Enichiro Oda. One Piece. At first, whenever it came to One Piece, I was much like any other person whenever it came to it. I was very hesitant to watch it because it had the long list of episodes and you know, I already knew that it had pacing issues and stuff like that. But I eventually just started watching it, and I grew to love the characters and the world building. It's such a great anime, and I know that a lot of people have that apprehension towards One Piece because of the long episode count.
Yeah.
But like I'm just saying, when the One Piece comes out, if One Piece has ever even briefly piqued your interest, give the One Piece a try.
Yes.
Also, on another tangent, the live action was beautifully executed, in my opinion, other than the fact that we did not have Hachi.
Yes, I really wish we had had Hachi.
Give me uno momento.
No worries. But I will absolutely agree with that. I will add when he comes back when Kara comes back, sorry. Slip of the tongue. When Kara comes back, I will probably mention how I kind of agreed with the notion of Garp's increased presence it wasn't a bad decision, but it definitely made things it was definitely a decision that kind of it very much changed. Well, no, it changed a lot. It changed a lot. I did love Garp. I loved his character. I loved his actor. His actor did an amazing job as Garp. But yeah, I won't deny that his increased presence at the start was, yeah, it definitely kind of, what's the word I want to use? It was, it really did affect the pacing of the overall story. It really, like the fact that it kind of changed the story a bit, and knowing now, like, obviously I kind of understand why they did it at the time, because they had no way of knowing if this would ever get off the ground. I mean, live actions based on, live action adaptations of anime have almost never, have never succeeded. Let's be real here. When have they ever succeeded outside of no, well, outside of this one? This was one of the first ones that ever actually really was beloved. And yeah, it's like, I understand why they did that. They wanted to give that payoff of Garp and Luffy, and they wanted brain fart. Yeah, they didn't know if they were going to be able to go beyond East Blue. And so they wanted to get what they could. And so what we got was really good, but now that we are getting more, it is going to be interesting to see how they address some of the stuff that they brought up in this first season, because they did kind of have to change it a little bit, and it did kind of it did become a different beast than the original story. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. I tell y'all, this car is gonna be really when car gets back. They're gonna be a little surprised to find my number 9. Oh, because there's a reason I'm yapping about this.
might be the last time I use Bapping Robots.
Well, let me just say you're correct.
Wait, what?
You're a loser, baby, a loser. Goddamn, baby, you're a fucked up little whiny bitch.
Hey.
You're a loser just like me.
Thanks, asshole.
You're a screws loose loser, an only one-star refuser. You're a power bottom at rock bottom, but you got company.
This supposed to make me feel better?
There was a time I thought that no one could relate to the gruesome ways in which I'm damaged. But letting walls down, it can sometimes set you straight. We're all living in the same shit sandwich.
I sold my soul to a psychopathic freak.
And you think that makes you unique? Get out of here, man. We're both losers, baby, we're losers. It's okay to be a
Coked up, dick sucking hoe.
baby, that's fine by me.
I'm a loser, honey, a schmoozer and a dummy, but at least I know I'm not alone.
You're a loser just like me. I got an appetite for gambling.
I've got an appetite for sampling every drug and sex toy I can find.
Go ahead, baby, sing that song. Come on.
I got no holes left to deflower.
I sold my soul to save my power. Now I'm on that demon's leash. I'm trapped and it gets worse with every hour.
You're a loser, baby.
A loser, but just maybe if we eat shit together, things will end up differently. It's time to lose yourself, loathe, excuse yourself, let hope in, baby. Play your card, be who you are. A loser, just like me.
few dishes. All right.
There's a process.
Gotcha, gotcha. Oh. So I guess if we are continuing,
Yes, yes.
hell,
Let's see.
you could have actually put that window back open because if you notice, my number 9 is also One Piece. I wasn't doing it to be cute. I was literally going through my list and I was like, of all the anime, I was right there with you that One Piece has been such a consistent force. One of my favorite, it's always been my favorite of the big 3. Um, and I do gotta
One
ask
Piece is
you,
better than Bleach.
Yep.
That's not an opinion. That is just straight fact.
Yes. Now I have to ask you something. Do you recall, because you mentioned the length? Do you remember when you got into One Piece? Like
They
how many
had-
episodes there were?
They had just finished Whole Cake Island.
You started then. Okay. So, full disclosure, I started One Piece with the 4 Kids dub.
No, I started One Piece with the 4 Kids dub as well. I remember watching
Okay.
it whenever it had the 4 Kids dub. However,
Uh-huh.
whenever I actually started watching it and could comprehend what I was watching,
Oh. It was Whole Cake.
yeah.
Okay. No, that is still fair. But no, that is when I started, and then when it finally
Because like whenever
Uh,
One Piece started airing on 4 Kids,
yeah.
I believe I was like 4 or 5.
Oh, yeah, no, obviously I was a little bit older. I want to say I was in middle school when
Well, you
One
are
Piece
a little
first
bit older
aired?
than me, so
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Just a little bit, as the Greys will attest.
I know people younger than me that have gray hair.
Mm-hmm. I know, but still, I love using this as an indicator.
What you're
But
like?
no, when I
You're like what? Only like
Hmm?
3 or 4 years older than me?
no, I'm 37.
Oh, you're 10 years older than me.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I'm like almost a decade older than everyone in our in our shared communities.
damn.
I am definitely I am everything from the big brother to the uncle. Like
Aniki.
Aniki, yes. But no, when I started, because I mean, again, I started watching it when it was running on TV. And like you said, I mean, the age difference there, yeah, I want to say I was easily either in middle school or high school when I started watching
Yeah, I
it.
was in first grade when I started
And-
watching it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I had to
But-
be like 4.
Yeah, no, probably, yeah. So,
Because
no,
I was
you're
a
right.
year
That's why you
younger than
said when
everyone
you-
else.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. That does track then, because yeah, if you were like 5 or 6, then yeah, I would probably be either 15 or 16. So yeah, that would be okay. So that'd be about high school years. Yeah,
Like
Well-
freshman high school, like
yeah. Freshman or sophomore was when One Piece. That was how old I was when One Piece started. So obviously I was comprehending it, but I watched and I watched the 4 Kids dub all the way through, and then when it went off the air, I want to say I didn't pick back. I picked it back up maybe 2 or 3 years later when I was in college. So, like you said you were in Whole Cake Island. When I found it, and I've talked about this many times, when I found it, I had to find it via fan subs. This was before the days of Crunchyroll. This was before the days of any kind of streaming where if you wanted to find it, you had to sail the high seas. That was literally the only way to find it because you had to look for fan subs. These were and these were there was an old project called the was it just the Kaizoku project or was it the Kaizoku something else? Anyway, this was a project that was trying to translate all of One Piece ahead of what Funimation was doing, ahead of what 4 Kids was doing. And when I finally found it online, they had just started NES Lobby. And so that is how consistently I have been a fan of One Piece. I have been a fan of One Piece since then, and I've watched it every single week since.
because if I had
And
to
even
put
then, that was
if I had to put anime in order from like the ones that I watched,
oh yeah,
like in order, it'd probably be like Sailor Moon, One Piece,
absolutely.
Pokemon.
Yeah, I would have obviously I would have a whole different list. But what I mean by that is less about the amount of time I've spent watching it, and more just the amount of time that it has been a part of my life.
Yeah.
Like
I get what you're
it
saying.
is just it has just been such a consistent part of my life that I can't see myself as I can't see myself in a world without it. Like obviously the ones higher up have, they have greater significance, greater meaning, but One Piece is that fallback. It's that one show that just like it's always there, and I don't know what I'm going to do when One Piece finally ends. I mean,
Same.
it's
Same.
going to feel so fucking weird. But yeah, I had to put it somewhere, and it ended up very conveniently also falling on 9 for me. So yeah.
I appreciate Crunchyroll and what they have done
Yeah.
for One Piece,
Mhm.
and finally giving One Piece its first primetime airing slot.
Oh.
Because whenever they came back with the continuation of Egghead, it got moved to.
Then you're right, it did get moved to an evening slot. Yes.
We got moved to a. Well, for us, prime time is like early morning for anime.
Mhm.
But in Japan, it's early evening.
Right.
So, like, it
Well, no,
got.
that
Because, like, One Piece comes on Sundays now at 10:30
right.
in the morning for me. So that's like 8 in the morning for you.
Right. Yeah, but in Japan it's now at night, and that has allowed them to up their ante in so many ways.
I am just glad that, like, yes, there a lot of these newer animes are great, and they end up like being really good and earning that primetime slot that they have. But
Yeah.
One Piece finally having it because it deserves it. It has deserved it for a long time.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
I just think it is a great thing.
Absolutely.
So I am going to move on to my
Yes.
number 8, which for the next
Absolutely.
3 anime, we will see a bit of a trend.
Okay.
My number
Shoot, I had
8
to read-
is that time I got reincarnated as a slime.
Shoot. Honestly, understandable.
To me,
Honestly, very understandable.
even though there are isekai anime that have come before it,
Mm.
that time I got reincarnated as a slime paved way for the isekai era of anime. It is the one that brought or garnered a lot of attention towards isekai anime. And it does it so well and executes it so well that, like,
No, I agree.
it just holds a place in my heart. Like, the characters, like the main cast of
Yeah.
characters are all enjoyable. They're like, yes, Rimuru is overpowered, but he doesn't let it get to his head. And, like, it's not like some isekai anime. What?
And I mean, overpowered, like so many people.
But you
Give
also have to think that
overpowered-
in the world of reincarnated as a slime, there are still a lot of people stronger than him.
Yes. And I again, all I know is that yes, he will continue to get stronger, and he will continue to go up against these strong people and basically succeed. But that's not the point. Like, see, the point that I was going to make is that a lot of people seem to have this stigma against overpowered protagonists, but overpowered can still be done well, and Rimuru is a great example of that. Yes,
Yes.
from a sheer combat point of view, yes, Rimuru is god tier. From a, like, he is also a very multifaceted character. He is able to do all of these amazing things with almost no effort, thanks in no small part to Great Sage. But his personality and the goals that he has are what makes Reincarnated as a Slime such an interesting watch, because you are not watching an overpowered character try to just blaze through and become, they're not trying to blitz through and become king of the world. They are just trying to realistically make their own mark in the world, and they're trying to do it in
And
a
it
way that can
started off
actually.
as him just like he's inadvertently making his own mark in the world because all he's really trying to do is create a place for the people he cares about to be safe.
And a place where he himself can be comfortable and enjoy life.
Yeah.
Like, that's where all of this comes from. It's like he's helped, like, if he could have gotten away with having just a small little hamlet where he could enjoy some fine cooking every now and then, he would have. The problem is people have seen his vision, want to help him, and he's also this incredibly kind person who can't say no. So that's why it's just now become this entire freaking metropolis. So no, I totally understand it, and honestly, I probably should have put this somewhere on mine. I will still stand by my list, and I will explain all of mine in turn. But no, that is absolutely a great choice for number 8. You okay? I wasn't sure if you wanted to gush some more.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
Zero's number 8 is Log Horizon.
Yes. Which is another isekai, but
So we're
I
going
still
on a
defend-
trend here.
A little bit. But I am going to say this right here and now. Log Horizon is the better Sword Art Online.
100%.
I will say that all the live long day. It is fucking criminal to me that Log Horizon never got the same love that Sword Art did, because Log Horizon does so much better with world building, so much better with giving you a wide cast of characters
But you
instead of
also
just
have to think
oh.
part
Go
of
for
what made in Sword Art's success is the overwhelming, very vocal hate for Sword Art Online.
That is fair too. That is fair too.
Because I remember
A lot.
whenever I started watching Sword Art Online, it was because someone had posted a clip of it on Twitter and was like bashing the shit out of it. And I thought that the scene looked pretty good, so I went and watched it. Like, even
Are we talking the tentacle scene, or are we talking
no,
a
the
different
fight
scene?
between Kirito and Heathcliff.
Ah, okay. Okay. Oh, I don't remember hearing too much about that one.
The hate wasn't about the fight scene. They just used
Mhm.
that as the clip that they used and just shitted on the
Oh,
anime
okay.
in general.
Gotcha.
Like,
But no, I
don't get me
I still
wrong.
remember. Mhm.
I have my gripes and complaints about Sword Art Online as well. However, I don't think that it deserved the overwhelming hate that it got. However, I don't think that it also deserved its overwhelming popularity that hot hate also brought it.
No, absolutely not. I mean, if it had just been allowed to kind of, if it had never hit that controversy, I think a lot of us would have realized really quickly that Reki Kawahara is kind of a hack writer. I mean, he's a man who has flat out stated he didn't enjoy playing video games when he wrote the dang series. I don't know if he plays video games now, but I think he basically said he had never played video games until he started writing Sword Art. Um, Although I don't really know if I can say much about Log Horizon's author, because I know Log Horizon's author. I believe they've never kind of abandoned the series too, which is also a shame in its own right. But like I said, I don't know if Sword Art would have continued to be as popular as it is if it weren't for a lot of its controversy. Whereas I feel like if Log Horizon had gotten some of that publicity and had that opportunity to show people what it was worth, I think a lot more people would have enjoyed it. I think the later seasons would have had a lot more care put into them. Because I believe parts of the second season and a lot of the
My
third
favorite
season
character was
started
this one
to.
right here.
Which one, Akatsuki or
Yeah,
yeah,
Akatsuki.
Akatsuki? Yep. I always loved Nyanta, the chef. He was always a
Yeah.
really cool one. The cat chef, yeah, I always loved him. But yes, and I just again the whole like I love the premise of it too. The fact that it's an isekai and they had to relearn all of their. I just God, I love shows that do that. And so yeah, again, I as far as these sorts of trapped in a video game sort of style things, yeah, Log Horizon is always going to be one of my favorites. But yeah, that is my number. That is my number 8.
So my number 7, continuing the trend.
Okay.
Let me close this. I don't need it anymore.
Mm-hmm. Ah. And I immediately understand why.
Beady beady.
Beady beady. Yes. Oh my god, yes.
I want to say her name is
Fran.
Fran.
Yeah, Fran.
Fran. Okay, so my number one reason for this being my number 7
Mm-hmm.
is Fran.
Oh, absolutely. She is.
Fran is the most adorable character
She is.
I have ever laid my eyes on. She is at the top of the list of most must protect characters.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Even though she
And that's
doesn't
why.
need no one to protect her.
Well, no, technically speaking, Shisho is protecting her. Because that is the thing. She is such a must protect that the protagonist's entire deal is to be her sword to help her. I love that.
But like, even with like as you see later on, even without sword,
She still has, yeah, she is still capable.
she can still throw them hands.
Yeah.
Like she don't need no one to protect her. But I
No.
would lay down my life to keep Fran safe.
Absolutely. And feed her all the curry that she ever wants.
Yes, all the curry.
Oh. God, yeah.
Also, this anime in general, just something about it drawed me in. I really liked
I can't.
the way it did. Again, the overpowered MC thing.
Yes.
Because we see there are 2 moments where Sisha and Fran, even though they are the overpowered main character,
Mm-hmm.
we see them in a moment of weakness whenever one, Fran fights the blue cat,
Yep.
and 2, when they're separated.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't take it to the, oh, they're overpowered all the time. Because you do get to see that moment where Fran is realizing that, you know, I need to stop relying on Master so much.
Yep.
And Sword is like, I don't need to be there for Fran all the time and coddle her.
Mm-hmm.
It was just really well written, in my opinion, on that front.
I agree. And I cannot wait for the second season. I've been reading the manga. I know that it's based on, the original source material is a light novel, but I have been reading the manga. The manga has been peak. Yeah, I cannot wait for the second season of this one.
I have only watched the anime.
Fair.
Just because, like, I don't like going online and reading light novels, and I've never been the biggest fan of reading manga.
And I'm the same way with light novels, but I will look for a manga if I can. That's the only difference. I totally agree with you with light novels. I don't want to sit at a computer all day just reading a book. I would rather read the actual book.
If I can, like I locally, I have been able to find an actual copy of Reincarnated of a Sword, or Reincarnated as a Sword, and I would like to be able to support my local bookstores.
Gotcha.
Because, like, we don't have any big chain bookstores around here. Like, we don't have a Barnes & Noble or something like that. We have a lot of local bookstores. And
Gotcha.
one of them does do a lot of, like, light novels and such. However, I have yet to see Reincarnated as a Sword on their shelf.
Do you think you might be able to convince them to order you a copy?
I have not asked due to immense social anxiety.
That is totally fair. I was only suggesting it. But no, absolutely fair. I will sincerely hope that you manage to that changes.
Also,
and you'll be able
I have
to,
realized with this specific bookstore that a lot of the light novels that are on the shelves are catered to the guys, like to the owner's kids' tastes and his tastes.
Gotcha. Okay.
I have spoken with the owner before. This was before I was trying to find a copy of Reincarnated as a Sword. He is the kind of guy that likes those very masculine fighting manga and light novel, like Berserk and Baki and stuff like that.
Okay. Fair enough, I suppose. That's still sort of a shame.
Like, he has, like, 3 full sets of Baki sitting on his shelf the last time I went there.
Wow.
And then he has 1 set of Baki that's up behind the counter that is signed by the VA, the English VA of Baki, the Japanese VA for Baki, and the creator of Baki.
Oh.
Like,
okay.
He's a diehard Baki fan.
No, you know what? That's fair. That is fair. That is absolutely fair. Well, yeah, like I said, I hope you manage to find someone eventually then.
Yeah. I have a feeling I'll find it eventually, especially with season 2 not too far away. I think they said, 2026?
I think I can look that up. Yeah, I can look that up real quick.
I'm going to do this. That's the wrong thing.
Yep. I'm gone.
Bye, Zero. I can close this. I can close that. Okay. What is this?
Okay, so
I don't know this one.
We still have not. Apparently, we do not have we have a confirmation that they've confirmed a second season, but not that a second season is. They don't have a release date yet. So
yeah, I know that they confirmed one.
Okay. Yeah. So apparently, we still haven't gotten a release date yet.
So this is Zero's
So-
number 7.
Yes, this is called
Is this Blood
in
Blood
Yes.
Blockade Battlefront or something?
Blood. Yes,
I
this
didn't
is
recognize
Blood
it at first.
I know. I tried to. I was looking for
And then I
promotional
zoomed
art
in
for each
and
one.
saw this guy's
Yeah, the cross brass knuckles.
yeah, and then I recognized it.
Yeah, so this anime, my
I only
number
ever watched the
my
first
number
season.
7. I have watched both seasons. So this is called Blood Blockade Battlefront, or in Japanese, Kekai Sensen. And this one is my number 7 because this is made by the same creator as Trigun. And this I remember doing a dive into this series before, and this is what the author has been currently making. He has been apparently drawing it maybe semi-annually. Like it does not get many updates, so that's one reason why we haven't seen much about it since. But I absolutely loved the hectic nature of this world. The spanning of science fiction and trying to have it in like have a semi-ground, or no, it wasn't even semi-grounded. The entire show is batshit insane, but it tries to follow its own logic, and I love that. It had some amazing Sakuga moments, just some amazing characters, and literally one of my favorite ending songs of all time, the Sugar Song to Bitter Step, which I'm sure you've seen in meme form of people dancing, because that's the whole point of it, is they're dancing in formal wear. And I know that I've seen that. I've seen memes of like Pokemon, and I think I saw the Gray Man one once. But people did memes of that song because it is so goddamn good. But yeah, this one is just, it's one of those that even to this day, this is probably one of the few that I would go back and rewatch, just because it has that craziness to it that you can just you don't even have to binge it. It's a perfectly enjoyable show.
This one?
Let's see. Yes. Yes, that one.
Okay, yeah, I know that one. I know that one.
Yeah, no, I could sing that thing almost verbatim. That's one of my.
I can't
like that.
stream my music in Discord, or it starts getting.
I know. Then otherwise it starts to double down and everything. But yes, no, I love this song. It is so goddamn good. And yeah, it just the thing that I really love about it is that it is a show that doesn't really need to be binged. It can be perfectly enjoyed one episode at a time. Which in this modern day of anime, where so many shows are trying to be binge worthy, trying to tell it succeeds in telling a narrative while still being entertaining episode to episode. And so it is just, yeah, it is easily one of my favorites of all time. Yeah, that is my number 7.
All right, so my number
6. I believe we are on.
Yeah, because I went first, didn't I?
Yes, you went first. Ah. You did say that there was a trend for the next 3. So that's
I
Slime,
do
Sword,
not
and yeah.
care
About?
what people's opinion are for this anime.
I know
The
the
world
ones you're talking
building,
about.
character development, how you see Rudy go from this like piece of shit human being and actually try to better himself and move on past his traumas, and like
Yeah.
That is what we call character development. This anime,
Yes.
while it has some beautiful fight scenes, it has even more beautiful character development. And the world building is absolutely 10 out of 10.
Absolutely.
You can shit on this anime for whatever reason you want to. To me, it does not matter. I will continue to enjoy it as I have since it aired.
Mm-hmm.
I know that this anime catches a lot of shit.
And it's all from people who don't understand how to actually read a narrative. What I mean is, so many people look at this as, oh, this is a 30-year-old in a 15-year-old's body. No. Yes, he was in his 30s in his old life. But he literally said at like 4 or 5 years of age, he was going to make this a life worth living. Yes, he still has those adult perversions from time to time, but as he has grown, he still had a lot of immaturity in his immature ages. And basically, the way I always read Rudy was, you can't really say that, oh yeah, he lived for 30 some odd years and is now a kid in an adult, he's an adult in a kid's body, because you got to look at the way he lived. He was a hikikomori. He was he was socially inept. He basically never associated with anyone. In terms of social skills, he was almost like, you could barely count him as someone half his age. So his life growing up, that was his chance to actually grow up. And to everyone who has a problem with him with Eris, with that moment with him and Eris, again, like I hate the people who gave shit for that night, for the night that they were together, because they were of the same age. That was a legal age in their world. Again, people are looking at it trying to think it's some disgusting act because, oh no, he's still an adult. No, by this point in time, he has adapted to being Rudy. He has said many times
The only
before,
time he thinks about his old life or his old self is whenever he is dragged into the world of the man god.
Exactly. For every other time, he is Rudius Grey Rat, a 15, 16, or 14, 15, 16, whatever age they are at the time of the anime. Because again, I'm spanning from season 1 to now. Whatever age he is, that is the age he is. He does not consider himself as some adult in a boy's body. Like, there are lots of isekai that do that. There are lots of isekai that do that, that just play the character up as being a 30-year-old man or 40-year-old man with all of this life knowledge and experience, using that experience in this new life. But Rudy didn't have that experience. So it's basically like he is still a kid. I know that's pathetic to think about, but that's why he wants to abandon that life, because he did waste his first life. And now he's trying to make it right. So yeah, I'm with you, Kara. Anyone who wants to shit on this series, they can eat shit, because you're not grasping what's actually going on. That's all. That's it. That's all. But yeah.
I feel like the main audience of people that shit on Motoko Tensei are the same people that say that you have to be intelligent to get the humor of Rick and Morty.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And Rick and Morty is a dumb fucking show.
Mm-hmm.
It's not funny, in my opinion.
I have been entertained by Rick and Morty for a few episodes. I don't think I've ever laughed at a Rick and Morty episode. But yeah, yeah, no, I'm with. I agree with you.
What is this?
What is what?
I'm gonna pull it up.
Are we moving to my number 6? Okay.
Yes.
I could not find a proper promotional. This is my number 6 is Tenchi Muyo.
This is.
This is Tenchi Muyo.
God, it's been forever since I've seen Tenchi Muyo.
You know, it has for me too, and I want to fix that one of these days. Because we were talking before, and you said that you said you and I were talking the other day, and you were talking about how whereas so many other people's first anime was Dragon Ball or Cowboy Bebop or something or something.
Yu Yu
Or
Hakusho.
Inuyasha or Yu Yu Hakusho. And for you, it was Sailor Moon. That was what you said, right?
Yes.
Tenchi Muyo was mine. Specifically, it was Tenchi Universe, the TV series. For anyone who doesn't know Tenchi Muyo is as I've come to learn over the years, Tenchi Muyo is a collective art project by like 3 or 4 different creators who basically share the IP and create various different works in it. So you have Tenchi Muyo Ryo Oki, which is the OVAs, which is its own canon. You have Tenchi Universe, which was the original TV series, which shares a lot of similarities with Ryo Oki, but is actually its own separate timeline. You have Tenchi in Tokyo, which is the sequel series to Tenchi Universe. You have Tenchi Muyo GXP, which is now all 3 of those have the same protagonist, which is the titular Tenchi at the bottom of the image there, being surrounded by his harem. Then you have Tenchi Muyo GXP, which is a completely different protagonist, but is still in the same timeline. Like, I could go on. There's more to the Tenchi Muyo universe, as I have come to know. And some of them aren't even called Tenchi Muyo, but they are in the same universe. But my first introduction to anime, period. Well, no, not period. My first introduction to anime, asterisk, was Tenchi Muyo. I am willing to argue that Sailor Moon or Dragon Ball was the first time I had ever seen anime, period. But the first time I had ever heard it called anime was when I watched Tenchi Muyo. And I watched Tenchi Muyo when I was 8 years old. Because where I lived in the Bay Area growing up. And in the Bay Area, the public access channel, KTEH, ran uncensored, oftentimes subtitled anime on Sunday nights. Now, obviously, uncensored mean they're not showing nudity at 10 o'clock at night, not in American channels. But I'm saying the blood was still there, any death or just like that stuff was still there. And the first time I still remember watching, it was episode, I believe, 4, No Need for a Carnival, which was a batshit insane episode because it's literally having Tenchi and Sasami, the little blue-haired girl in the center, going to this carnival where all of the other characters have their own stalls, and just absolute chaos ensues. But at the end of it all, Sasami was just so happy to have gone. And it was so heartwarming, and my little 8-year-old brain barely knew what I was watching. But I remember being so in love with Tenchi Muyo. I still remember a particular episode late into the series where a certain character dies, where when that happened and I first witnessed it, I cried myself to sleep that night. for years I wanted a little plush doll of Ryo Oki, the little creature that's there in the center that's on Tenchi's head. I loved this series so much. I know this was like the harem anime before harem got
Before we got
harem
to
anime
the ecchi era.
yeah, before we got to the oversaturation of harem, this was like one of the starts of harem. And
So
I still
I
Go for it.
personally break down anime into like genre eras. So like
Mhm.
and I always do this in like terms of the West. So whenever I
Fair.
do this, the first era in the West is what I like to call the shonen era. Anime
Okay.
is like Dragon Ball, Yu Yu Hakusho, Inuyasha, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon. Those were the popular anime.
Yes.
Then we got the big three at the end of it.
Yep.
After that, we get into the early 2010s, where we get the harem slash ecchi anime era. We had the first season of High School DxD, Freezing,
Oh yeah, when it
Absolute
started to
Duo.
get actual. Yeah, when it
Uh,
actually started to get real, when it started to get really truly etchy.
Absolute Duo.
Hmm.
Aesthetica of a Rogue Hero.
Hmm.
Then we moved on into a isekai era with the mid 20 teens, late 20 teens.
Hmm.
We had Sword Art Online, Log Horizon, the first season of That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime,
Right.
the first season of Mashoko Tensei.
Right.
We had No Game No Life.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I missed one. Before we had the ecchi era, we had a bit of a shoujo era with Oran High School Host Club, Card
Fair.
Captor Sakura,
Yeah.
Melancholy of Sakura, whatever her name is, Clanad After Story.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I wish I could remember. Because I love that you mention the harem genre being like in the 2010s, because I remember
Kinda smell
there were multiple Hime.
like a baka.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for gifting me a sub.
Thank you for the gifted sub, Hime. Now sit on your hands.
Oh. But no, all I was going to say was that the 90s and even up to the early 2000s there was still a lot of harem anime, because again, Tenchi Muyo was a big one. Love Hina was one of the big ones, but that one never really had too much in the way of ecchi. Um, my God, and I swear I could remember like 2 or 3 other harem style anime in like the 90s and early 2000s that just went under the radar because they were very mid. But oh my God, I wish I could remember them. Like, I'm even looking right now trying to find some semblance of these older harem anime, because there was one that was much like Love Hina, of
Oh, don't forget,
a
in
boy.
the early 2000 teens, we also had Girls Bravo.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah, I wish I could remember. I wish I could find these old. I wish I could find this old one because there was this one that I still remember of. It was like a high schooler with it was another one of these where the high schooler has to live with a bunch of women, and I think like they were all his teachers, or god damn, I wish I could remember.
Are you talking about
Is
Kenichi?
there... Which one?
Kenichi, World's Mightiest Disciple?
No. I'm talking about something a lot older. But it was a very simple. It was a lot simpler. Well, Ah My Goddess was one from back then too, but I never watched Ah My Goddess.
Another one from back in the early 2010s that was harem-esque was
Oh, again, Kara, I'm not talking 2010s. I'm talking 90s, 1990.
Yeah. I understand
2000. Like, yeah, that's what I'm trying. That's where I'm trying to find, because it's like, I know there was a handful of harems back then, because yeah, I still to this day say that Tenchi Muyo, like it was one of the front runners. It was one of the front runners that ended up really kind of, yeah. Oran Host Club is listed here too. Oh, that's gonna bug me. It's gonna bug me so much because I cannot remember the name of it. Yeah, I cannot remember the name of it, and I'm looking at my anime list, and I'm like, I am struggling to find this niche old anime. But yeah, I think you are right. I think you are right that anime does go in cycles. But yeah, there was a harem cycle in the 90s that we kind of came back to in the 2010s, but even hornier because, again, well, just because of the changing of times. Like I said, in
the little
for
boys
Tenchi
that were
Muyo.
watching harem anime in the early 90s became young teenagers.
Men and women. Yeah. Because I was gonna say Tenchi Muyo here, depending on which version you watch, if
we're
it's
straight
the OVA,
goonin'.
there you go. Because I was gonna say there were a couple of bath scenes in Tenchi Muyo, and the bath scenes, if I remember correctly, were nude. But beyond that, there really wasn't the modern trope of like falling on the girls and touching their boobs. It was really like Tenchi Muyo was one of the few where the girls were literally just like absolutely coming on to the guy, like doing everything they could to flirt with him. And that's actually something that I kind of miss in terms of the harems. Because Tenchi wasn't oblivious to it either. He had other things to worry about. But I'll stop here as far as Tenchi Muyo if you want to keep going. But yeah, this was one for me that this was my childhood. And again, this was like, when I say, you got to remember, when I say I was 8 when I watched this was before Toonami. This was before a lot of, like, because Tenchi Muyo would eventually show up on Toonami, but yeah, I watched this before Toonami was even a thing. I watched the public access channel that I was able to use, that I was able to get access to. I got to see so many shows years before the Western audience, the Western popular audience really got to see them. And I always kind of appreciate that. Appreciate my good fortune for that.
Alright, so
yeah, but that'll be it.
we are going to move on from my little trend.
Yes.
And the next 4 are going to be a different kind of trend.
Oh goody. I cannot
I
wait
told
to see
you
this.
that we were going to come full circle and come back to Cowboy Bebop in a somewhat kind of way.
Okay.
My number 5 is Carolyn Tuesday.
Nice. Yes.
If you have not seen Carolyn Tuesday,
Oh, I have.
I highly recommend it.
Yes,
Even
I
though
do too.
it was made, I want to say, in the mid 20 teens, early 20 teens, maybe even late 20 teens.
Late 2019.
So it was made in the late 2019s. It
Yes.
takes place in the same universe as Cowboy Bebop and Space Dandy.
Yep.
However, this really takes a grasp on things that are on a social level of it's very civil rightsy,
Yes.
and
Like, because like compared to like Cowboy Bebop, which had you had Spike's entire journey as a bounty hunter, very actiony, and then you had Space Dandy with their very fantastical journeys. Carolyn Tuesday is very grounded. It's a story of the people.
so as it takes place in the same world as the other two, it focuses more on, which I believe that it's actually brought up sorta kinda in Cowboy Bebop, the hatred between people who still lived on Earth and those who
Yep.
lived on Mars.
Mm-hmm.
And they paint this in a way of I'm just going to say this: most of your people on Mars are white, and most of your people on Earth are African American
Or other minorities.
or other minorities.
Because I think because I want to say there was also a lot of Mexican representation there too. Mexican, Indian, yeah. Basically dark skin. Every skin other than pale white.
And it's a story of. It starts off as a story of Carol and Tuesday trying to make their debut as musicians in this world, and then they finally do. And when they make that debut, they start seeing the rift and realize that they have the voice to do something about this now. One of my favorite moments in this whole entire anime is the final song, "Mother," and I will play it.
Okay. And I will while you're playing that, I will mention my best friend. He lost his mother to cancer back in like, oh, when was it? The early 2010s.
I know the song word for word.
That's I don't doubt it. Not only does my best friend love this song, I still remember him saying that the year this show came out, he rewatched Carolyn Tuesday and specifically said it either so that this song would start at New Year's or that it ended right at New Year's. It was one or the other. He timed it perfectly.
Take your soul and let it shine across the universe. Let the stars
if you enjoy musical anime, this show almost can't be beat. There's a new unique song every episode. That is not an exaggeration. Every episode has at least one song.
Also, it's not all serious. It still
Oh no!
has it still has that comedy aspect that you see in Space Dandy and
Yes,
Cowboy
like
Bebop.
what was it? What
I'm
was it
about to
called?
pull it up.
Mermaid.
I'm about to put.
Yeah, I was about to say mermaid song. Yeah. I fucking love the mermaid song.
This song is called Galactic Mermaid, and if you know your meme culture, you have more than definitely heard this song.
Wow. Baya. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Holy shit, oh fucker. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Son of a bitch. What the hell?
I would love to get a barbershop quartet built to try to make this song. Because the problem is, the thing is, it slaps.
Son of a motherfucking bitch. Oh shit. Ba-da-die, ba-da-die, wow. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Holy shit. Oh fucker. Fucking bullshit.
It has its comedy moments.
Yes,
How-
it does.
That is like the first part.
Mhm.
But like I said, it gets more grounded and
Oh yeah.
introspective in the second half.
Yes.
It's a very good watch. It's a
Absolutely.
very great commentary of what was going on and is still going on in some parts of the world and our very own country, and it's very well written.
Agreed.
I love it to death.
Mhm.
You My top 5 has remained unchanged for quite a while until last year.
Yep. You've told me about this.
Um, this will always be in my top 5.
Fair. Honestly, fair. I need to rewatch that one. I need to rewatch Carol and Tuesday. I really do.
Okay, so moving on.
Moving on to my number 5.
Alrighty. Alright, we gotta close that, minimize that. Where is it? There it is. Honestly, based pick.
Thank you. So yes, my number 5 is a series called Laid Back Camp or Yuru Camp. This series
These
has
kind of animes
never
are always
once-
so wholesome.
It is
They're also fluffy and light and just enjoyable.
Yes. Yes. And this is a series I have the genre of cute girls doing cute things has always been hit and miss for me. The very concept of moe doesn't always hit for me. This show, it all
Moe,
hits
moe,
for me.
cute.
Yes. No, these girls not only during all 4 seasons, even up to the latest season, this show has not failed to leave me smiling at the end of an episode. This is another one just like Kekai Sensen. You can enjoy it. You don't have to binge it. You can enjoy it episode to episode and just the coziness of this show is it's unparalleled in my mind, just in terms of raw coziness. Other shows have their cozy moments. This is pure coziness. And yeah, I just, and these girls, like, there was a time in around the second season, I think, where they were all planning a trip together, and all I could think of was just, oh my god, I just want these people, I want these girls as daughters, so I could take them on these trips. Like, there was, like, I have never felt that feeling with any moe type character. I have never felt that where it's like, oh, they are so precious, I need, like, there are a few that's like,
I
oh, you're
completely
so
turned
cute,
off
I
the
just want.
music.
Oh, you did. Oops. Oh, but yeah, there are. We're listening to this while I'm talking about coziness. No, it's fine. It's fine. Thank you. But no, the honestly, when it comes to moe, either they try too hard to kind of mix moe with, well, okay, there's obviously like some shows that still try to pull eroticism, and then there's ones that try to go way cute and make them little toddlers. These girls feel like, I feel like an uncle to these kids. Like, I want nothing more than to protect them, to help them on their way, and like, I have just never before has moe worked for me in such a way. The only thing that is frustrating is that ever since the first season of watching this, I have wanted to go camping. I have wanted to go camping again, and every time I watch this series, I want to go camping again. And I have not been camping in almost a decade, and I want to fix that. And this show is one of those reasons, but it just, oh my god, yeah, this show is just, yeah, it is one of my biggest comfort animes, hands down. But yeah, that is why it's my number 5.
All right, I'm going to move on to my number 4.
Absolutely.
Spelling this anime wrong.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, yeah, we can.
High T1? Okay. Yeah, that was a very interesting way to say hi. Yeah, I don't blame you there, Kara.
I don't know if you realize this, but I am not against people having their beliefs. This is a comment on what this person.
Oh yeah,
just
well,
put
that
in
what
my
that
chat.
person did. Yeah. Yes.
However, comma, this is my platform,
Yes.
and I believe that for a cohesive and what's the word I'm looking for? Comfortable space for everyone to be in, your preaching is not welcome.
Very fair.
I don't get on my platform and preach my gods, so you're not going to get on my platform and preach yours. This is not a place for that. If that is what you want to do, have your own platform for it. Don't come to my chat and do that.
Mood. Very much mood.
I don't know what Zero's beliefs are. If he is a Pastafarianist, or a Jedi, or a atheist, or whatever. But
No, that is a discussion we can have another time, but that is not the discussion we are having today. And so, no, I agree with you.
that is not a discussion that we have on stream, in my stream.
No,
I'm not
absolutely
okay
not.
with that. Get fucked.
nope, very fair. All right, very fair.
Journey of. Yep, that's it. I found it.
Okay, I was gonna help you look, but
I was just spelling it.
I got you. It happens. Ah, okay. I'm
When
gonna
when I say peak world building, that is an understatement. I really love the genre of anime that this is. I don't know what you would call it, but the anime where the main character is just moving from place to place on their journey,
yeah,
encountering different people and taking and learning lessons from each and every encounter. It not
Yeah.
only gives you a sense of a fulfilled world, but like
Mhm.
you watch the character develop as they go through these different areas and these different trials with these different people, and you see
Yes.
sides of the character that you wouldn't, like in a traditional anime, like you wouldn't normally see. You wouldn't see that kind
No.
of world building. You wouldn't see that kind of character development, which is one of the reasons why I'm going back to Jobless Reincarnation. The part where he is on the journey with
Right.
Eris,
It's Eric. Yeah. And Ruijerd.
Ruijerd. That is one of my favorite parts because it's where you see the character development, the world building start to really take off in Mashoko Tensei.
Yeah. Fair enough.
This journey not only changes Rudy, but it changes Eris. It changes Ryujerd. It changes the outlook of the people towards Ryujerd.
Yep.
It's a phenomenal concept, and I love it so much.
It is.
And Wondering Which just does it so fucking.
No, I'll agree with you on that. I think the only I have watched this show, and I will say the only thing that kept me from enjoying it at first was Elena's personality, because she was very haughty early on, but she did
She did get humbled.
Yeah, she did get humbled, and the show got really good as it continued on. And like you said, amazing world building. And I wish this genre had a name, because there are others like it. You have Kino no Tabi, you have Mushishi, you have Violet Evergarden is a good example of this one too. Yeah, there are a handful of these sorts of shows. I think we have one right. Oh no, we have one this season called Well, this one's more of a real world one, so no, that one doesn't qualify, because I was gonna say Zatsu Tabi, but No, I love this genre too. It is a wonderful. I love this sort of genre of the main character going to all these different
Free
areas,
run.
all these different regions. Free run, yeah, yeah. I was gonna omit that one for later, but yeah. Trying to think of what
I
else
have a
we've
feeling
got
that we
here.
will see a double take of free run.
I think that might be possible.
Um, but no, I just
But yeah, no, I love this. I love this genre too. It's always a genre that is enjoyable. Um, no, I agree with you.
it's one of those genres that like it has its ups and its downs, and we have moments where the
Mhm.
character struggles with their decisions and what
Yep.
they're trying to do.
Yep.
Like,
Agreed.
It's so good. It's
It
so
is. It really is.
good. All right, so we are going to move on here. You know, this whole podcast is not
Mhm.
supposed to take 3.5 hours. I mean, 3 hours to go through.
But we have
And
gone. We have gone.
I know that we have like we took like a 30-minute break, right?
Yes.
We had 30 minutes at the start, right?
Yes.
It's
But we have
still,
obviously gone on so many tangents.
this is why I like. This is why I wanted to have Zero on the first return episode, is because I knew that me and him would sit here for literal hours and just talk about fucking anime.
Of course. Of course.
Zero is one of my favorite people to talk about anime with, if not my favorite person to talk about anime with, because I don't know a lot of people who can. Obviously, I have other friends that watch anime and appreciate anime for what it is.
Yeah.
But whenever you get someone who's so like me, rooted
Yeah.
in anime, it's just such an
Just
enjoyable conversation and banter.
Yeah.
And
Just watches it to an obsessive extent. Yes.
you don't have to call us out.
Oh no, I knew too. I knew we were gonna yap so much because it's so funny because again, my best friend, he watches almost as much anime as I do, and we will talk anime every now and then. And the only reason why I have not done a podcast with him is because he has a speech impediment, a significant stutter, and he is very paranoid about putting himself out there like that. And I have honored his wishes, and I've said, okay, I will not push. I have asked him multiple times, and eventually he said, no, I really don't want to do this. Please don't ask anymore. I was like, okay, I will not push this. But to be fair, when he and I yap, we could literally yap just on the current season's stuff. We could yap for like 5 hours. So I know exactly what you're talking about, and it's
Like,
been so much fun chatting with you too.
I cannot think of another person that I know personally that I can talk to about anime on this kind of level.
I'm flattered. I really am.
And part of the reason why I feel like this has gone on for so long is because this is just an enjoyable moment of just
It is.
anime.
It has been.
That's why I originally started wanting to do this, was, you know, to show my appreciation for anime and also VTubing, because a lot of the questions that I ask in between the different segments and stuff that I bring up is a lot of it is VTuber related.
Yeah.
The darkest points of my life, the things that were there consistent to bring me through those, were first anime and then VTubing. and I don't mean like VTubing as a sense of like I'm VTubing, but
No, you're
it as
talking.
in a general census.
Yeah, you've talked like again, Gargura, Iron Mouse. I know you've watched. I know you've ranted about a few others. I'm trying to think of who your other Oshis are.
Well, two of them are graduated, so
Yeah, that might be the other reason why I'm drawing a blank because I know you've.
Mume, also from Hololive
Mume.
Man.
There we go. Yes. But yeah, no, I totally understand. For me, VTubing may not have been the biggest thing, because for the longest time it wasn't even just the fact that it was VTubers; it was the fact that it was streaming. It took me a long time to kind of see the allure of streaming, see how it can be so much fun. Uh, to the point where I really feel like I got into this entire community very late, like way too late in life. I could have started this shit at least a decade ago, and I feel like I would have still had a lot of fun. But no, just like you, anime has been there with me
But
all my life.
granted now, I have friends that are there through me through dark times.
Of
However,
course.
anime is still that one constant that's always there.
Yeah.
Like I can throw on my favorite anime anytime I want to, and just
Exactly.
watch it and forget about my troubles and what's bothering me and worrying me, stressing
Yep.
me out on a day-to-day basis.
Yep. Yep.
Um,
Oh,
we are going
no,
to move on
absolute mood.
to
All right.
Meta's fourth place pick.
Yep. My fourth place pick is the show that I have easily spent the most time watching supplementary media to Overlord. This show,
The show is so good.
this show is so good. This is right alongside Reincarnated as a Slime for me. In terms of like these two would be back like this and Slime are like brothers to me because of the same premise of an overpowered protagonist just trying to make the life that he wants to lead. But I love this one too because like I said, the reason why I would put this one above Slime and the reason why it's so much higher above is because, like I said, of all the shows that I have ever watched, nothing has made me more fascinated with the world that has been built, with the moments that I have missed from the source material, with just the characters and the world building than this. The amount of because I have watched. Yeah, no, go for it. Go for it.
Something I meant to say early on is this whole podcast
Mm-hmm.
needs a giant spoiler warning.
Oh, fair. Yeah, I have
Because
been trying to avoid obvious spoilers, but yeah.
No, so the reason why I say that is because I do like to mention key moments and specific times that resonated with me or parts that I enjoyed. Like in Overlord, the last season that they did, the absolute betrayal to her people that the princess does.
Yes.
Like, I am still, like, I don't watch as much supplementary material on Overlord as probably you have. But I have
that's fair.
seen enough to, like, realize that things are being spoiled for me. But anything that revolves around that final scene with the princess and her going to Albedo,
Yeah.
I try to avoid so much because I want to watch that when it comes out and see what actually happened. Because I have no idea. Does like
Oh.
she become a demon? Does she become an undead? Like what's going on there?
You haven't watched it yet. Oh my, okay.
Do they show it in the
We will
movie?
have to. No, it's there at the end of the season. What happens
Then I
there
might have
is
just forgotten.
Okay.
Because I've watched all of it.
Oh, okay. No. What happens to her is there at the end. I think they might have glossed over it a little bit, but no, it actually did get explained in the last 1 or 2 episodes if you want to go back, because I believe she does. Yeah, like I said, I'm just trying to remember if they say, because see, this is where we get into a problem here is, did they say it outright in the show, or am I just remembering because of another video that I watched? Because yeah, I basically watched this one YouTuber called Annie News, and he did, for every season of Overlord, he would do videos detailing what was left out of the manga, or what was left out from the light novel, and any key moments to mention. And yeah, I know he talked about the final episode, and he did talk a lot about the subtext that obviously you can't always bring the thoughts that are being written out in a novel. You can't always put them verbatim into an anime. Sometimes you just got to try and let the expressions of the characters sell what they're thinking. But that's essentially what Annie News did, was he kind of explained every thought process going through Renner's head, everything that had happened. So like I said, I don't want to say outright, because I can't remember what was said in the show and what was explained to me later. But from that very same season, I have always got to give a shout out to Zanuck and Ainz's table discussion. Just the fact that Zanuck is there begging, trying to understand Ainz, and Ainz is trying his best to kind of understand himself, because that's what I love about Ainz, is the fact that he's trying so hard to be something he's not, but at the same time he's able to, like, he finds his own way. And I love how the both of them leave that table with this newfound respect. And it is just such a fucking gut punch at the end of that episode, when those fucking royals come in.
Okay, it does. It doesn't explain what happened to her, but it shows her in the form.
Okay. So yeah, a supplementary thing would explain. The supplementary thing would probably go into the detail, because yeah, the books would explain what happened. But yes, that's okay. I'm glad I didn't say too much, because I think I remember bits and pieces. But oh my god, yeah, just so much. And yes, I like, to the point where I know that I know critics of the show will say like, "Oh yeah, the CG is dog shit." Yes, I'm aware of that. I still enjoy the show besides that.
Yeah, because
And
it shows her in her imp form in the anime, but it doesn't explain what happened to her.
Yep. You're meant to infer, because like you said, she basically sold out the country,
Yeah, she sold out her country so she could no longer be a princess and be with Climb, who she is extremely yandere for.
Yep. And I believe the whole thing with the demon is that also ensures her permanent youth, like, or at least extends her youth. Typical like giving up your soul for beauty sort of thing. Yeah. So that's kind of the other reason why she became an imp. At least I believe it is. There that might have also been a payment to prove her loyalty, since obviously the denizens of Nazarick aren't too fond of humans. So that might have been another prerequisite for her to sell the kingdom out. But again, that's me trying to remember, so I might be off there. But yeah. But yes, again, as far as like no other show in my top 10 have I just watched just like all this extra stuff, learned about the characters, like I know so much about all of these characters. I may not be a master trivia master. I might not bleh. I may not be a true trivia master of Overlord, but I sure as shit know my way around the series. Because I have just been obsessed with it so much. So yes, that is my number 4, and yeah, I love this. I love that show. Cannot wait for the next season. And the best part is, Ender was a fucking Giga Chad and bought me the first book, so I'm actually going to start reading it. I'm actually going to start reading the series here soon. So there you go.
All right, so we are going to go on to my number 3.
Mm-hmm.
As I have said before, it is not very often that my top 10 changes, but it's not.
Yep.
It's even less so when my top 5 change. And the first time in a long time that my top 5 had changed was when this anime aired. In 2022.
Ah, yes.
Horimiya, for those who have not watched it or seen it, is one of my favorite romance anime of all time, and in my opinion, the best, and not the best, the second best romance anime of all time. Well,
I will in my opinion it is the best high school romance. In my opinion. There might
I
be a
can't say
couple-
that
I
either.
think- Okay, that's fair.
Because my next one, my number 2.
Okay. I'm curious which one that is, but as far as romances go, one of my personal favorites that's not on the list is Wotakoi. Love is Hard for an Otaku, but that one's more of an adult's romance. But
That is a good anime.
no. But yeah, no, Horimiya just the character the character developments over the
way you see these relationships form,
Mm-hmm.
the way you see them change.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to avoid spoilers as much as I can for this one because I know
Yep.
that Hime is lurking around near.
And we still need to watch it with her and Shade. Yep.
But
Yep.
it's so good.
It is.
It is. It's such a pretty anime. The character development and the interpersonal relationships that these characters form and the way that they are formed. Just peak.
I could not agree more.
Also, my fellow BL enjoyers has something for you too.
Yes, it does. Yes, it
The
does.
bromances are strong with this one.
Yes. Yes, they are. Absolutely. Oh.
All right.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Let's see. You're on to your number 3.
Now we are on my number 3, and mine is
You
A
know,
very
Memento.
basic pick. No worries. But yeah, just to lean into
I'm
it.
honestly
It is...
surprised to see this one so low on your list.
I will explain late. I will explain. But yes, no, this one.
I figured this one would be on your list, but I
Mhm.
figured it'd either be number 1, maybe number 2.
No, there's a reason why 1 and 2 are above it. I will explain both of them. One of them I'm sure you can guess. The other one I will fully explain. But no, my number 3, as I give Kara that chance, is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. With an
Specifically
actual
Brotherhood.
well, I will say
Like, don't get me wrong, regular Full
yes,
Metal Alchemist was good,
yes.
but
I will say
specifically Brotherhood.
3B is you also I think but see, here's my thing. I still have the belief that watching the original Full Metal Alchemist enhances Brotherhood.
It does. It does.
And that is why I will add that asterisk that FMA and Brotherhood together make it that number 3. If it was just Brotherhood, if all I had ever seen in life was Brotherhood, it would probably be a little bit lower because again, I don't watch as much I don't watch any supplementary stuff about Full Metal Alchemist. I do not they're like the show is absolutely peak, but it doesn't give me the same coziness as Laid Back Camp. It is not a staple of my childhood like Tenchi Muyo. Brotherhood specifically, but Full Metal Alchemist was a part of my developmental years. It was one of during the era of the big 3 when again, this was still the era of the high seas when if you wanted to enjoy anime, you either had to pay $100 for a DVD set or you had to find fan subs. Those were the only 2 options. And so for me, Full Metal Alchemist, the original, for me to watch it subbed, I had to find it on the high seas, and I did. And I remember watching it episode to episode, week after week, and it was a great experience when it first came out. And I love the modern haters on it because it was a good series. The original Full Metal Alchemist was a solid series for the time. It still holds up to this day. Yes, it goes on its own tangent halfway through, but it had to. And for what it's worth, what it gives is still good. But then you get into Brotherhood, and the biggest travesty that Brotherhood commits, and the reason why I feel like you need to have that original experience, is the start of the show. The fact that they speed run through Nina. They speed run you through Hughes. They speed run you through all of Ed and Al's journey to become state alchemists, just so they can get to, because they did it deliberately. They knew, okay, everyone's seen this stuff. We can just do an episode each, get the basic stuff out, and move on. Move on to the stuff that is actually from the manga. But they did that knowing that the lion's share of viewers were people who watched the first They watched the first series. They cried their eyes out at Hughes' death. They were swearing it was raining, just like fucking Mustang was, you know. And so again, Brotherhood, it still reigns. Brotherhood to this, and yes, what Brotherhood then continues after that moment is absolute peak. It has the moments that it gives are just unbelievably amazing. And yes, this show would still be in my top 10 if it was just Brotherhood. But yes, without that extra experience, either before or after watching Brotherhood, just so you can have that whole thing, it just, yes, the having both enhances it so much in my mind. And yeah, that is just, yeah.
Agreed.
Ugh. But that is my number 3, and it is a solid number 3. So now we're on to year 2.
My number 2 had been my number 1 for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go back.
Yep.
So this had been my number one since 2012. And stayed my number one up until last year. I have an immense love for this anime, and it will never be any lower than number 2.
Okay.
I give you Love Chinibyo and Other Delusions.
Right.
This is the anime I remember watching it whenever it first aired. Because, so, whenever I say aired, it didn't actually air in the US.
Of course.
However, after it finished its run in Japan in late 2012,
Mhm.
it was immediately put on Netflix with a dub. And it wasn't by any means a shitty dub.
Fair.
You probably have seen this main character, Rika Takanashi,
Yes.
many times over from memes
Yes.
and stuff alike.
Yeah, I am sad to say that this is the only one of your top 10 so far that I have not yet watched.
We'll have
And
to correct that.
we will have to correct that sometime. I am seriously wondering why I had not watched it at the time, because by 2012 I had a ship that sailed the 7 seas and I was sailing it on the regular. I think I was watching anime by the season even back then, and I am trying to figure out why I did not watch it in that particular season. But yes, please, while I look up, please by all means go. Wax eloquent about your number 2.
I know that we have said that other animes on our list had peak character development.
Mm-hmm.
But this one, not so much for the main male protagonist, but for Rika herself. And while yes, the anime presents itself as mostly a rom-com, there are moments around Rika and the main character that are very serious. And so the basic premise is it's about a character named Yuya and Rika and their fated encounter and how they get to know each other and how Rika has used Chinibyo to escape the death of her parents. One of the main things that you hear Rika talking about from episode 1 is something called the boundary line. You later find out what she's talking about, but what sparked her Chinibyo and being gave her his space to escape from the tragedy was whenever the main character was younger and in middle school, he himself was Chinibyo.
Right.
And she just one day happened to be walking past, being a little depressed Rika, and she fell in love with the idea of him being able to escape into this world in his mind. So she did it.
Wow.
It
Huh.
There are moments in the anime where Rika is basically forced to come to terms with reality, and it's so gut-wrenching, and it's such a beautiful anime.
No, I gotcha.
Like, yes, for the most part, it is your average everyday rom-com anime. But whenever it has
would-
those moments,
Mm-hmm.
you feel those moments in your soul.
Gotcha.
That's
Yeah. No,
I give this anime absolute praise.
understood.
This
And
is
yeah.
the anime that, in my darkest times, I just curl up in bed, open up Netflix, and turn on Love Shinibyo and Other Delusions.
Damn. Damn.
That
I will definitely have to fix that. Because I'm looking back at the season that it came out, and there was a lot out at this time. There was Bakuman, which I was a huge fan of. There was JoJo's Bizarre Adventure had just started off. The K series had just started, I believe, and that was a phenomenon in and of itself. Maggie had started off.
um
Yeah, there was a lot in this particular season that had very much caught my eye. And I just think Chunibyo was one of those, because at the time I was not huge on romances. I don't think I really started to get into the rom-com scene until a couple years later. Like, I had tried a couple here and there. Like, I see one that I watched that year, that season, called Tonari no Kaibutsu-kun. I believe that's My Little Monster. Yeah,
that's a good one.
but that is a good one. And I think at the time I was basically limiting myself to like one romance per season. And so I think that ended up being mine that season, and
Love
I passed on
Shinibyo
that.
is one of those unknowingly popular anime. Like, you don't
Yeah.
know it's popular.
Mm-hmm.
Someone mentions Love Shinibyo and Other Delusions, and a lot of anime fans are like, "What are you talking about?" But you show them,
You show them this character, and they know who it is by instinct. Like, you just show this girl, and they know. They may not know her name, but they know who she is. Oh God. Yes. Exactly.
you know this anime.
Exactly. Fucking exactly.
This is where this originated from.
Yeah.
There are a lot of animes that have redone this and put their characters doing this,
You can already see a few of them in here.
but this is where this originated.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I'm actually surprised. Have you thought of giving yourself an emote of this?
I have.
I don't, actually. Oh wait, I don't know how well it would. No, it might work. Oh wait, I got it. If you do 3 emotes, one for each hand, one for each hand, and then one for the head bouncing up and down. There you go. Then that would be a lot easier to track.
I have very much much thought about at least getting a Discord sticker made.
Oh, there you go. There
But-
you go. That would
but
be
yeah.
good.
Let me just love Shinigi and other delusions.
Oh no.
Let's see. I know people have seen this.
Yes, I have seen that. I have seen that. Yes, that is adorable.
It's this one. Here's
Oh.
it's popular. You just don't know it.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh.
It had a lot of memeable moments.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Oh. But yeah, no, I will try to remedy that in the future.
All right, so now we were on to Zero's number 2.
Mm-hmm. Which I think is also Kara's number 1. So we're gonna be yapping about this one for a little bit.
So I am just gonna go ahead and do a double whammy on this one.
So
not
yes,
only is this Zero's number 2, but this is also my number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot to change it.
Yep. Oh, no worries. However you want to showcase it, if you want to showcase it on Netflix or the picture, however. Because no, we will definitely be, yes, Free Ren Beyond Journey's Ends.
When I
This
tell
one,
you that I love the Long Journey anime.
yes,
And
this
how
is
how it builds a world and shares
Mhm.
moments between the characters.
Absolutely.
I have never seen it done better
No,
than Freeman.
absolutely not. Absolutely not. And just the world building to just building again, the character building, the fact that we see Free Ren and we see her journey, we see how her journey with Himmel has affected her, and we see Fern and Stark and their
Literally
growth and
growing up on this journey.
yes. And I have to always say this because when this show first came out and she said that the time that she was traveling with Himmel was, what was it? She said something about that it was about 1% of her life,
Yes.
I think is what she said. Now, at the time, I did not realize that elves in this universe are truly ageless, that they could go for tens of thousands of years, not just 1,000. So when I first saw her say that out of a lifetime of 1,000 years, my time with Himmel is barely 1% of that time. And I mathed that out.
I believe that other than being like actually physically killed, in the world of Free Ren, elves do not die.
Exactly. This is the example of the question I said before of eternal youth, but you can still be killed. There you go. That's she
They have
embodies that.
the Highlander version though.
Exactly. Oh, pretty much, yeah.
Because elves cannot because I've done a lot of research on Free Ren. Elves cannot die of illness.
Okay.
However,
They have to be. However,
they can be killed by normal means. Like, you can
yeah, I was gonna
stab
say
them
they have to be
37 times in
slain,
the
yeah.
chest, and they have to be slain.
Yeah, they have to be slain. They cannot die from illness. They cannot die.
That's
yeah.
why whenever the war between the Demon Lord's army and
Mm-hmm.
all the other races was going on, elves were the first one targeted because
Because
of the
of that, yeah.
large capacity for mana and magic and
Oh, and
fighting.
the rant we could do about demons, which we'll do, but the thing that I always have to mention to Freeren's argument of, oh, this journey is barely 1% of my life. I mapped that out. If you lived
I want to say
if
that
you lived
Frieren is like 107, like 1,700 something years old,
yes,
and is still the
but
youngest elf alive.
absolutely. But again, and so obviously this time with Himmel is going to just shrink from there. But I mapped it out, and let me double check this because it was 80 times, because 80 times 12 times 0.01. Okay, so if you live to be 80 years old, if you have a lifespan of 80 years, so that's 960 months that you would be alive, times 0.1 times 0.01, that is 9.6 months of your life. 1% of your life is nine and a half months.
If you live to 80.
If you lived to 80, if you lived to 60, which is a bit more of a reasonable thing, it's 720 months. It's 7.2. 7, so just over 7 months. So let's say half a year of your life. I can think of a lot of journeys we as humans can take over the course of 6 months that could change us profoundly. That you come out of those 6 months a completely different person. And that's 1% of your life. That's less than 1%. And that 6 months can be tremendous. So when I first saw that with Freeren, I knew immediately that she didn't understand herself just how tremendous that 1% can be. And I just that's something that you need. That's something that everyone in the world needs to think about. Like that's one of the core.
And you also have to think that, like, in the world of Freeren, I want to say that even humans have long lives.
Yeah, because again, Freeren. Because I want to say I forget how old Himmel was when he became the hero, but then she was gone for 50 years, and Himmel was still around.
And then she left for another 50 years and came back, and Himmel was on his deathbed.
Yeah. So no, the humans here have long lives. So like I said, I'm just looking at it in terms of like our averages here of, like I said, 60 to 80 is kind of like our average. But even on the low end, 1% of your life, if your life expectancy is 60, that is still half a year. Just imagine the things that you could do in that amount of time that could change your life. Hell, again, my best friend, the same one I talked about before, he went on a study abroad program. He went to live in Italy for 3 months. So 0.5% of his life, he still talks about that to this day. It has been almost 20 years since that trip, and he still calls back to it. He still has moments that have affected him permanently from that trip. So again, that was the first the fact that is a moral that Freeren teaches you in the first fucking episode. I think that's something every person needs to realize is that 1% of your life can still be huge. Even less than 1% can change you for life. But yeah, that part is amazing. And then the discussion that I love online is the discussion of the demons. Because we have never gotten a more compelling creature than the demons. The fact that in universe, Freerin has shown us time and again that they're irredeemable, time and again that they need to be slaughtered. Have you seen the discourse on like Twitter or YouTube of people trying to defend the demons in Freerin, saying that they just don't know better, or that they need to be better understood?
Nah, they need to be straight up slaughtered.
I agree, but that does that not show how well written they are?
Yeah.
That as creatures who manipulate human thoughts and emotions, that they can they not only affect the humans in
They
universe but
literally-
out of universe.
One of the
Like-
demons literally said that they do
Oh.
not have the word mother and father
Mhm.
in their language,
Oh, I have talked about that so many times. That is one of the
but
most
learned it just to trick humans.
Uh-huh. Like yeah. I just the I love how hateable the demons are. Without spoiling too much, when we get to the second season, we are going to meet another such demon. So like we saw the trio of demons that were trying to fool the kingdom, and then Freerin, Fern, and Stark took all of them on. In the next season, there will be another demon that we will encounter that is going to have a hell of an arc. And that one's going to be an interesting conversation piece because I'm going to be curious to see how they adapt it.
If
But
it's
I will not say
anything like
any
the
more
rest
for
of
free.
it, it's
Mhm.
going to be good.
Oh no,
Speaking of which,
the next arcs will be peak.
speaking of which, for those of you who have not watched Freerun, obviously we highly recommend it. Between the two
Absolutely.
of us,
Absolutely. In-
now's the
in fact-
time to watch it
Yes.
because season 2 comes out in the summer season for anime.
Yep. So like you said, now's the time. It's available on Netflix.
It's available on
it's-
Netflix, Prime Video, Hulu, Crunchyroll.
Yar har. Yar har if you really don't want to do that. I will totally justify yar haring for this one. As a matter of fact, I will say this. I will recommend Freeren over my number one. But there's a reason why my number one is my number one. But yes.
So you've covered my number one already.
Yeah, my number two and your number one. And yes,
Um,
it is absolutely peak. I totally understand why yours is number one. But there's a reason why I had to put this one as number one for me. My number one is
I knew it.
I'll give you a
I
second to
knew
get it.
I knew it.
My number one, my
One
number one
sec.
top anime is you got it. Yes, my number one is Spice and Wolf.
My younger brother is
either
just now watching this.
Either adaptation is fine until we get the next season of this current adaptation. I will say either adaptation is fine. But oh, Liz, are you okay? What's up?
What's up, Liz?
Hope you're doing all right. I will give Liz a sec, unless you're saying I want to die because my number one is Spice and Wolf. But Back pain is at an 8. Oh, Liz. I'm so sorry.
I'm
I hope
sorry,
you feel
friend.
better. I hope you feel better soon. I do hope you feel better. I'm so sorry.
I do not have a hug
Well,
command.
that is fine. That is something to work on in the future. You said, I mean, hell, this is your debut coming back, so
Also,
something to
I have
write down
just
for the
now
future.
realized that my automatic chat stuff is not working either.
Oh. Oh shit, how long has it been has Oh son of a bitch. How long has it been off? We've been so We've been so distracted we completely didn't notice. Oh, well, while you work on that, I will explain why I have to put Spice and Wolf above Free Run. And the reason is really simple. Spice and Wolf, the original series, completely changed my outlook on anime. Again, my first ever anime was Tenchi Muyo. Until Spice and Wolf, the only the only types of anime that I had ever seen were action, shonen like One Piece or Inuyasha or Trigun, harems like Tenchi Muyo or Love Hina or rom-coms like that. Um, Occasionally you had the occasional mindfuck anime like like Evangelion or Key the Metal Idol or just absolutely batshit insane stuff like Urusei Yatsura. But Spice and Wolf was the first time I had ever been introduced to an anime whose entire premise was just about going on a journey. And not an action journey, not a magical journey like Frieren or Wandering Witch, or not a fantastical journey like say Kino no Tabi, where you're going to all these very unique realms. It was a grounded journey of admittedly with an admitted fantasy element with holo, but at the end of the day, it is a medieval era universe where the pagan gods are basically being snuffed out of existence, and this one of these remaining pagan gods just wants to journey home, and she goes on this journey with this merchant, and the merchant has to just find a way to fund the journey home, and it like I said, it changed my outlook on what anime could be. It made me realize anime could be these things. It could be these stories of simple journeys that you don't need high action. Sometimes the most tension you need is just the tension of a cutthroat transaction, of the dealings of merchants who want nothing more than to fleece the other out of as much money as they can. And it so opened my eyes that I have never been the same. This show, because I think this was around the same time that I was starting to get into games like Harvest Moon. It was when I was starting to get away from just straight up RPGs, and I was starting to enjoy stuff like, yeah, like farming sims or chill games, and it just like it made me want to this day, I would love to play a game where you are a wandering merchant like in Spice and Wolf, where you actually have to carefully curate the wares that you have on you as you travel, that you have to perform these insane tactics to keep your business thriving. I've always like this is where this show is when I started getting into the notions of commerce, where games that had that like Recettear or Potionomics or other stuff, where they actually started to intrigue me. So again, as I said before, if I were to recommend an anime that people would watch that I knew people would enjoy, I would send you to Freerun first. Because Freerun is just that perfect fantasy journey. It has so much good to it. But at the end of the day, I cannot give anything else. I cannot give number one to anything else other than Spice and Wolf, the show that changed my mind about so much of anime, and also the only fucking show that I have paid for the source material. I have read manga online for every other thing. I still read One Piece on Viz's website to this day. I don't have a single thing of One Piece I don't have a single piece of One Piece I don't have a single One Piece manga. I have the Thousand Sunny up there. I do not have their manga. I have every single Spice and Wolf book. I have read every single Spice and Wolf book. I want the sequel series, and I will get that sequel series eventually. But yeah, that's why it's number one. But there you go. I'm sorry if I lost you there. I think I lost Kara to the sauce.
No, I'm trying to.
No, I figured you were still trying to figure out what was going on with your auto chat stuff. Is it just like stream elements, or is it also Frosty Tools? Because I've noticed Frosty Tools has been kind of fucky lately. Like, I still want to know why the fuck it won't give me my fun facts. Ugh. But yeah, Liz, if you're still here, I hope you feel better. I hope if you're able to take anything that, yeah, you take some good pain pills, get some good sleep. But yeah, having that level of back pain, that's, I feel for you. I feel for you. Let's see, is there any... Oh, what happens if I do this? Oh, I wasn't sure if that was automated. Okay. Thank you guys for sitting here through the scuff. Cars still trying their best.
Yeah, all of my Frosty Tool stuff is disabled.
The fuck? That's all right. I don't know how, but it shouldn't be that way. It should just, well, that's weird. Nope.
Good work.
I saw you gave me a shout out. No, it doesn't seem to be. Let's see what happens if I do this one. Okay, there we go. So that works. Nah, see, even if you misspell it, it finds me.
Zero budget gamer.
I know, and it's like it still found me.
Okay, so that works. I just hope all the automated
Yeah.
shit works.
Yeah, like I said, Frosty Tools has been really fucky lately. Like I was on their I was on their Discord the other day. I was looking at, well, okay, first and foremost, I haven't gotten the attention retention. I haven't gotten the curiosities in months. I haven't gotten fun facts in months. And so I set up a ticket on their Discord. They basically ghosted me after about 2 weeks. I then go into their troubleshooting section, and there's literally a person saying that they haven't had the stuff in months. And the person, their freaking Discord moderator, was playing it off saying like, oh, well, you're using other bots and that's going to confuse it, so you shouldn't be using those bots. And he's trying to say, no, I never used the bots before. I only started using it now to try to bypass your shit. So, like, yeah, the moderator was deflecting like crazy, and it just, yeah,
Yeah,
I'm wondering.
It's not an ENT tuber stream without scuff.
Yeah. Well, we know the shoutouts work.
We'll
know how
just
to
wait and
test
see. Hopefully my stream element stuff works, because one is my sponsorship.
Ah. Fair. Fair. Yeah, fingers crossed for you there. Yeah, I'm not sure how to not sure how to tell it otherwise, you know?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. But all right.
Whatever. We'll move right along. So we have finished this portion. So
Yep.
as I was saying earlier, it's not often
Mhm.
that I get to deep dive into anime and such like this.
Absolutely.
Um,
Absolutely.
like we're what 4.5 hours in,
Yeah, I know. I
and
know.
you know, about an hour of that is startup and
Yeah, startup,
break.
general yap. Yeah. No, a little
Um,
bit. I was gonna say we had about an hour of yap between showing off your model, showing off my OC, my model, my soon to be model, I guess. Um, so no, we definitely have spent a lot of time outside of talking anime, but no, we've definitely been here for a bit.
um, so
I am willing to try to rapid fire the waifus if you want, but yeah.
no. We are fine.
All right.
If you were good to go, I'm fine with just letting things run their course. But if you need to go, we can start rapid fire.
Nah, I'm fine.
Alrighty. Um, so as I was saying, it's
Mhm.
not very often that I get to talk about anime in such depths. Um, yes, I have friends that will listen to me ramble on for hours and hours and tell me that I'm not getting on their nerves, but even if I'm not, it is a different sense of when you're talking to someone who knows a thing or two because they've seen a thing or two. Bum ba dum bum 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 bum. Sorry.
No, absolutely. I no, it that's a mood. I feel the same way because I am the same way. I could rant for ages too, and sometimes I fear that I might be boring those around me even when they say it's okay. So no, I know exactly where you're coming from.
It's just that sense of like you're with people who share
Mm-hmm.
that interest on the same level as you,
Yep.
and you're able to run free with it.
Yep. Absolutely.
Is there, which is what I'm getting to my question.
Okay.
Is there any like specific anime controversy currently going on that you think is either being blown way out of proportion or you don't think is getting enough attention?
Hmm. Hmm.
I say right now, the only thing I can think of right now is the whole T-bait thing.
Yeah, the whole T-bait. Um, which is like I love the irony here that we have T-bait that a lot of people are mad about because of the under animation, but I also found it very interesting last week when
We were talking about
certain
this.
yeah, we were talking about this when certain fans of One Piece were claiming that the show was being over animated and I'm just like
Pick a lane.
yeah, it's like pick a lane, enjoy this stuff. It's like
You could be watching T-Bait right now.
Exactly.
You could be watching an anime with shitty animation.
Yeah. And it just, yeah, stuff like T-Bait will always, that will always frustrate me because it seems like
It was set up to be
Mhm.
such a good anime.
Yeah.
It was set up in such a way that if it had good animation, if they had taken the care that it deserved,
Mhm.
it would have been a potential contender for Anime of the Year
It would have been.
for 2025.
Yeah.
But here we are.
But
I have a feeling it's not going to get any nominations
yeah.
next year whenever they do the awards. Speaking of the Crunchyroll Awards,
Mhm.
they are coming up on the 25th. And now,
Of this month.
yes,
Oh. I forgot they were so soon.
did you vote?
I didn't even know it was an option to vote right now. So
Voting is closed.
voting Then yeah, no, I did not even know the voting was open. Shoot.
So controversy. We're talking about
Okay.
anime controversy. So the anime controversy here with the Anime Awards is the outcry from the solo leveling fans. Solo leveling, compared
Yeah.
to other animes, received a very minimal amount of nominations. I want to say that they received 19 nominations. And the people are complaining that an anime like Freerun of all animes, who got 47 nominations,
Uh-huh.
did not deserve
So-
it in place of solo leveling. What is your
and when
take
you-
on this?
And when you say nominations, you are saying, because I'm looking at the site now, you're saying like, because I see they're nominated for Anime of the Year.
So this takes into account all of the voice actor nominations. So
Oh,
in
okay,
the
so yeah,
US,
they're-
in the US, we only see the voice actor nominations for JP and English dub.
Okay.
However, around the world, with all of the languages that Crunchyroll offers for these animes,
Okay.
Freerun and its voice cast has received a nomination in every language.
Oh, then they need to shut the fuck up. then the solo leveling crew needs to shut the fuck up.
Saying,
'Cause-
and they're saying that these other languages, whenever it comes to solo leveling, had better voice actors than Freerun. If that is the case, why did you only receive 19 worldwide nominations
Exactly.
and not
I just
47 like Freerun?
wow. Yeah, I'm going through these and I'm just like there's a lot I'm seeing plenty of areas where yes, it is totally understandable that solo leveling should be nominated. Again, best action, yeah, you absolutely deserve to be nominated. Best new series, absolutely deserve to be nominated. They're not in character design. They are in Anime of the Year. They're in best main character, best action. Like a lot of these make perfect sense. Like why are I don't understand the need to get so upset over, especially over nominations. Like, it's already going to be bad enough when they don't fucking sweep the board,
A lot of people
but
are expecting that Freerun runs a clean sweep for every nomination they received.
I don't know about a full clean sweep. There is a chance that solo leveling will take a couple. When it comes to best main character, that's going to really come down to, that's going to be an interesting one to see.
Speaking of the anime awards coming up, if I am off work, we will be hosting a viewing party in my Discord of the 2024 anime awards.
Absolutely.
All is welcome. We'll be there just hanging out, having a good old time, watching the anime awards.
Hell yeah.
This is
But
not
yeah.
going to be a viewing party where you have to sit there and sit in silence. No, we will be there. We will all be loud and boisterous about our animes we want to win and their nominations. I know that every time I see Freerun, I am going to scream and yell that Freerun needs to win.
Yes. But yeah, again, I will say, if Freerun doesn't come out ahead of solo, if Freerun does not pull ahead of solo leveling in every category that they are competing against, that will be surprising. Do I believe solo leveling?
Freerun's gonna win Anime of the Year.
I believe so too.
It is the only anime to ever beat out Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood in the #1 spot for this long, and I believe that it's still sitting in the #1 spot.
I believe it is. I believe it is too. I will go on to the site and check, but I am pretty sure it is too. Oh, top anime. Yep. Still top. Still top by 0.2 of a star. Freerun is 9.3. Full Metal Alchemist is 9.1.
I mean,
so it is still well above.
Folks, it's not that hard to see. Where is solo leveling on this list?
I actually have to look it up because I don't think it's even in the top 50. Oh, no, there it is. No, that's season 2. I forgot this site does it in Japanese. So oredake. Because that was season 2. No, season 2 is the highest at 43. Season 1. Yeah, season 1. Let me do this.
Come on. Just lay your hat down. This isn't a battle you're going to win. There's no sense in dying on this molehill.
317 is season 1.
Hmm?
Season 1 is ranked 317 with a score of 8.27. Season 2 is ranked number 43 with 8.76.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
The numbers speak for themselves.
Again, I don't deny that they deserve to win some. I won't deny they deserve to win some.
I can see it winning Best Action.
Yep. Again, best main character, you're gonna need to give me some explanation.
Yeah, Freerun.
Yeah, you're gonna need to give me some explanation there.
I don't think you're gonna.
I love that. I love that they're not even nominated for best character design.
But I believe Freerun is,
Now,
right?
Freerun is nominated for character design. They're competing with each other for now see here's the problem. Best animation, and then you've got Dandadan, Delicious in Dungeon, Demon Slayer, and Kaiju. Oh, don't get me wrong, Freerun is beautiful, but it doesn't have as many Sakuga moments as the other shows do.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I have a feeling that for best animation,
Mm-hmm.
that's going to go to Kaiju number 8 because
Yeah.
because
Either that or
its
Demon Slayer,
action,
because
the animation for its action scenes,
mm-hmm.
in my opinion, while not as flashy as Demon Slayer, were
no, they were
downright fucking
just
gnarly.
fucking yeah. Oh, best anime. Okay, best anime song. Are we talking opening? Solo Leveling is Level. Freerun is The Brave. And then you have Masha with Bling Bang Bang Born. God damn. God.
That's gonna
fucking-
win. That's gonna win. Hands
No,
down.
because you also have Dandadan with Otonoke.
Bling Bom Bom Born is gonna win.
All right.
There are people who don't even watch anime that know that song.
Yeah. Fair
My
enough.
mother,
Fair
who has never watched a single episode of anime,
enough.
knows
Fair
Bling
enough.
Bon 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 from Creepy.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
She knows the dance to it.
God damn it. Yeah,
That's winning hands down.
You're right. But yeah, like I said, I mean,
Otonoke
yeah,
is a phenomenal song by the
which is
same
also by Creepy. Yep.
amazing musicians,
Mm-hmm.
but it does not have the same traction.
That Bling Bong Bom Born did. Yeah.
Yeah, because like let me go to their page on Spotify.
Oh God. Yeah. No, you're right. Even knowing the fact that Bling Bong Bom Born has been around longer, yeah, it's gonna. I just know it's gonna
Bling
be
Bong
leaps
Bong
and bounds.
Bon has 426 million listens, where Otonoke has only 197 million listens.
Which is still impressive. For anime music, that is still impressive, 196. But yeah, that ain't beating nearly 500 million.
Yeah. There's only one Japanese artist that I can think of that has songs with more listens.
Who's that?
And that is the Princess of J-Rock herself.
Ado or
Ado? Yeah.
Ado? Yeah, Ado. Yeah, sorry, that's right, Ado. But yeah. No, absolutely. Ugh. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if Solo Leveling takes 1 or 2, but no, Freerun's gonna pull away from them in the specifically in the sections where they are competing with each other. Yes, I really do believe Freerun is going to take a lot of the stuff that they are nominated for. But yes, in the occasions where Freerun and Solo Leveling are competing with one another, I am still going to say that Freerun is going to pull ahead in terms of. I don't know if they'll sweep them all, but I think they'll definitely take most of them.
Well, we'll see. We'll see on the 25th.
We will see on the 25th. But as for other controversies, I have not heard of any other recent ones.
Me neither.
I mean, we obviously have the VTubing drama, but that doesn't need that's already been talked to death.
Yeah, I do want to take a moment of silence
Yep.
for our queen of VTubing,
Yep.
Gargura. Wherever your adventures take you next, I truly wish you the best. You have been a light in so many people's lives since your debut. Uh, very much so mine. During the beginning of the pandemic, whenever you first debuted, that was a really, really rough time. I know Guda is never going to see this, but watching your debut and that momentous moment, that one single ah, it just it made watching your streams made a rough time not so rough. Uh, wish you the best in whatever you do. Whether we see you return reincarnated as someone else, or you just do your own thing from here on out. We wish you the best.
All right. Yeah, I agree. Like I said before, right now, I certainly hope Gura is enjoying the break or whatever she's currently doing to get ready for coming back, because I don't think you can keep her down for very long.
I hope.
I don't think it'll be very long before we hear of a certain other VTuber whose name ends in making a
Returning to the
comeback. But
scene.
yes, but that is just a waiting game. We just have to be patient.
Whether the shark is your final moments in the spotlight, or a certain blue dummy comes back to life, we'll we're hoping the best for you.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, I've not checked Twitter in a while.
Fair enough.
I have 4 Twitter notifications.
Oh.
None of them are. Oh. Yep. Nope. Still, the last thing is whenever she
All right.
posted a little blue fish.
Yep. Yep. And like I said, it takes a couple at last time we had a person last time we had someone graduate from a corpo and then go indie. It took a few weeks. So it's only been 1 week so far. So give her time. I'm sure she will get here. I'm sure she will return to us.
I like so if you go to her last actual tweet, not her pinned tweet, where
Yeah.
she says "keep swimming always," and you go to Callie's comment. She says, You too, big fish. And then someone posted underneath
Aw.
where it's Gura singing in her her graduation stream. She's singing Ash again,
Mm-hmm.
and it's literally the line "Death will never write my name," because Ellie called her big fish and not Gura.
Right. Yep.
Death will never write my name. Literally.
Oh, that's great. Hmm. That is freaking awesome. But yeah.
All right. Let's
Shall we? All right.
this time we're going to start with you first.
All right. With the waifus.
We are moving on to the waifu category of the whole shindig we got going on here. The same
All
thing.
right.
We'll be starting at 10, making our way up to 1.
Yep.
Uh,
Yep.
we'll see where it goes.
All right.
So, do you have any honorable mentions?
Honorable mentions. I didn't send any, but I will definitely say one of the biggest ones would probably be Jessica Rabbit. Simply because I think she was
That was a titular moment for any young man.
yes, absolutely. I believe she was I don't want to say a sexual awakening, but
Learn something about yourself.
I definitely learned something about myself when I first encountered Jessica Rabbit. As far as is she like I said, is she top 10 material? I would say no, only because of the famous line, "I'm not bad, I'm just drawn that way." Like I don't see a relationship with her as much as I would the other girls,
Mm-hmm.
but I cannot deny that she was again, I learned things about myself thanks to her.
Wow.
What you
so
got my
so so we're covering both of our number 10s at the same time.
what? Okay then. Number 10 for both me and Kara apparently.
It's none other than the beautiful Nico Robin.
Yes.
Not only is she such a
Oh.
great character and her story
Mhm.
written so well,
Yep.
I mean, just look at her. Just,
Absolutely.
just,
Just
just, just,
she's
just look at
she's
her.
beautiful.
She's beautiful.
And just the more the more we've come to learn of her story, like the moments okay, you've said before you don't read the manga?
Correct.
Okay. The moment the okay, so for anyone who has seen it, I won't spoil it for Kara's sake, but the moment in the latest arc where Robin finally had just this the moment that Robin had was so
It's working.
hey, look at that, it's actually working. There we go.
Alrighty, let me see.
But yes, that
Meanwhile, let's catch up
oh,
on chat. The chat's buzzing with excitement for Mint Puppy Kara's debut art reveal. We're diving into a world of Weebs, Waifus, and Waffles with the awesome zero budget gamer joining the fun. Don't forget to drop those commands Dubby, Discord, and Throne to keep the party going. Let's make some noise. Hashtag Mint Puppy Party.
hell yeah.
That is my new raid message.
Hashtag Min Puppy Party?
No, Mint Puppy Party. That is my new
Just
raid
Mint Puppy
message.
Party?
Thank
See,
you,
that's what I
Frosty
love.
Tools.
I
Thank you.
love that so much. I love that so much about Frosty. Frosty gave me What was it that Frosty gave me recently? They gave me a good one a couple
Um,
months.
Speaking on rating, um, this was going to be a straight stream all the way until
Oh,
tomorrow. Um, but
most
I'm going to
okay.
change that up a bit. Um, After we get done with Weebs, Waifus, and Waffles, I'll be
Mm-hmm.
ending stream and going to go lay down for a while.
Gotcha.
I thought I'd be able to sit in my chair for this long. However,
Hey,
I am
if
in
you need to get up and
dire
stretch,
pain.
if you need to get up and stretch a bit, we can get up and stretch a bit.
um, I'm going to power through because even if I get up and
Okay.
stretch, it's not going to help.
Then you're gonna have to sit back down and yeah, I gotcha.
My knee is killing me. However,
Ah,
I've already taken pain meds, so
okay.
we will
All right.
we will continue this
Soldier on.
tomorrow.
Okay.
Hopefully, we will see Zero again tomorrow.
Absolutely. Around the same time tomorrow, or
I am off work tomorrow. Um,
okay.
so if you want to, around your normal streaming time,
Yeah,
um,
we could pick this up tomorrow.
get some Stardew going. So I know we had some kind of plans for that. Unless you have plans for
Oh yeah, we did. No, I was just gonna be continuing Metaphor tomorrow, so no, I'd be willing to switch the script up and yeah, finish the waifus and then move on
no,
to
we're going to finish the waifus tonight. Um,
Oh, okay. Yeah, if
um,
you want to play Stardew tomorrow, yeah, absolutely.
um, we will have part two, Electric Boogaloo, of this whole shindig tomorrow with Zero. Um,
All right.
we also can expect some time with my lovely friend Chloe. Um,
Oh, okay.
I will give her a shout out because she is thinking of returning to streaming soon.
Excellent, excellent.
I think that's how she put her name.
The Clo Flow, ooh. Wait, yeah, how
Yeah,
did she? That's a
that's not
different
it.
person.
Yeah.
The Clolo Retno. And of course, we can't go all the way back.
I should be able to. No.
You should, but does she have it in her on her Discord thing or
Maybe. Let's go see. Oh, I have to disable streamer
Mm.
mode.
Ah,
Stupid
it's okay.
streamer mode. I don't even like streamer
Oh.
mode. I think streamer mode is like the dumbest thing.
Yeah.
It's why
I mean,
I don't get pings. Enable streamer mode. Turn that shit off.
flow. Yeah. Because that sounds like what it was, but
That's it. I just don't. No, she doesn't have her Twitch on her.
of course.
Self promo. Is it in self promo
Shoot.
somewhere?
Oh, it's in going live. I think. Did you? You forgot the W.
I could have swore I
It's
didn't have a
clo. Apparently, the clo. Yeah, CLOFLOW. Yeah, the clo flow. Huh. Oh, there you go. You got it. I believe that. Yeah, I believe that is Chloe because suggestion is Ashra or Asura. So
Yeah, that's it. Like, cause I'm already following him.
All right, there you go.
But we might see some League with Chloe tomorrow. We
Okay.
might see maybe some Minecraft with Chloe tomorrow.
Nice.
That just depends um,
Okay.
on what she wants to do.
Absolutely.
However, we are definitely going to be doing some Stardew tomorrow. Um,
All right.
at some point in time, I will go off on my own, and we will return to the bread and butter,
All right.
and we will see some Genshin.
Very nice.
Maybe
All right.
we'll see how tomorrow goes.
Sounds like a
We'll
plan.
play it by ear.
Absolutely.
Hey, my automatic stuff's working.
There you go.
Hey yo, let's go.
Perfect. I guess
We
it just needed a
fixed
second
it.
to.
We fixed the
Nice.
scuff.
Nice, nice, nice.
All right, but back on topic.
Back on topic, yes. As but no, just Robin has proven herself time and time again to just be amazingly intelligent, but also incredibly sociable. Just she seems like of all the girls of One Piece, she is just the one that I could consistently say is the one I would most want to be in a relationship. Like, I feel like Nami would definitely be a bit of a gold digger. Um, Carrot would be really cute, but ultimately she'd be kind of kid like. Um, Yamato, I wouldn't know what to, what would. Well, I wouldn't know what to do with a relationship with Yamato. But yeah, just Robin just consistently feels
I
like
feel like that would be
well,
like
and
being in a relationship with Goku. She would always want to fight and train.
fair. But no, Nico Robin, like there's a reason why when Oda set up the Straw Hats as a family, there's a reason why she is the mother. She is mommy.
Very much so.
And so yeah, no, she is definitely
I guess we're just going to move on straight to your number
to
9.
straight to my number 9, which is another black-haired beauty.
Oh, who is this?
Oh, have you not seen this my number 9?
One
If
second.
we when we get no worries, no worries.
I'm having a brain fart. Oh
I'll
god,
give you a I'll give you a second.
I have so many images.
Oh no, that
open.
one's number 8. That one's number 8.
It says number 9.
Oh, did I flip them around? Wait, did I give you the wrong ones? Wait, hold on. Oh, no, I did flip them. Oh, sorry. I flipped them around in my because I put them down in a list so I could make sure to get the stuff down in my head. Eh. Why did okay, right, because I flipped them around. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. This is Melly from Radiant. My number 8 is yeah. Okay. That's what I was thinking of. So this is Melly from Radiant. Did you ever watch Radiant?
I did not.
Okay.
I've
So the
heard good
premise of this
things, but I have not.
it is good things. The series is actually based off of a French comic. Um the art is sublime and the premise is it's a world of magic, but it is a world of magic, and in this world, in order to become a magician, you actually have to be cursed by these particular monsters called oh, what the heck were they called? Um Nemesis. They are called Nemesis. If you are attacked by these Nemesis, if you survive, you are still cursed by them, and these curses can take many different forms. but as a result, you are able to use magic. And this girl, Melly, her curse gives her a unique type of split personality. She literally has. Oh, your music stopped again. Sorry. Just wanted to make sure you knew that. She has a unique type of dual personality where both personalities seem to be fully aware of each other, fully um they see what's going on. One of them is an absolutely sweet and caring and adorable side. You know, she has this really sweet sisterly side, and then she has this side which is her very intense side, her almost tsundere side, where she is very brunt and brash. Um, but she's also very serious and can be very intense. So you kind of get a little bit of a best of both worlds situation here. You can have her at her sweet and kindly moments where she is just where she can be very cute and catering, and then you can have these moments where she's really intense. What is the meme? Uh, like cute in the streets, a monster in the sheets, or something like that.
Yeah.
And the thing that I love about her is, as you can see, she has I am not usually one for tattoos, but for some reason her tattoos just fucking work for me. Like I love the tattoos on her arm, the fact that they go all the way onto her back. I love her design. She is my favorite character from the show. So yeah, that is my number 9. I can't believe I didn't modify this. Yeah, I've got a little chart to the side of me so I know which one to start talking about in advance. And I realized last minute I swapped my 8 and my 9, and I forgot to adjust it on the list.
Oh.
So yeah. That everyone else should be fine, but yeah, that is my number 9.
We have a bit of a crit.
Oh, okay.
Because my number 9 is none other than Perona.
Ah, okay. Okay, and I will admit, in the series, I never really saw what was alluring about her. But then we have fan art which takes the same doll-like eyes and makes it work. Like I don't know what it is.
I really liked Perona in the sense of like just her personality. How she's not really tsundere, but she still has that like coyness of a
Yeah.
tsundere.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's that yeah, because I wouldn't say she went full tsundere when she was around Zoro. But no, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about there.
But yeah, no,
But yeah.
she is my number 9.
Okay.
I really enjoyed her. I really liked her design. I have the opposite fatuation of my friend Zero here. He likes his ladies big and busty.
As we
Tara
will see. Yeah, you will see a bit of a pattern for until we get to the top. Until we get past 5,
flat
you're
is
gonna see a
justice.
pattern. No, that is fair.
Or in Perona's case, medium is premium.
uh,
But yeah, no, she's adorable. I love her.
No, she can be. Yes, absolutely.
I love her so much. I don't want to say Lolita fashion because it's not really Lolita fashion.
No, it's close though.
It's close, but I've always been a big fan of that kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Also, those of you who are not familiar with anime terms, please do not get the words Lolita confused with the other L word.
Yeah. Lolita fashion is a very specific type of fashion that I don't even think is strictly Japanese. I believe that
No, it's
it
based
comes
off of
from...
Victorian era style fashion.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, highly influenced by Victorian clothing and styles from the Rococo period, which is late Baroque. Yeah, the late Baroque period. So yeah, French and Victorian. Yeah, so yeah, like Kara said, it's dresses, flowing dresses. Gothic Lolita is usually black and white, but then Lolita fashion can be different kinds of colors.
Like she definitely has her moments where she
has her moments, like especially time skip.
Yeah,
especially time skip. She
have
is
the first appearance where it is
where she's
not quite but somewhat.
You know what it makes me think of? Iron Mouse. It makes me think of Iron Mouse a little bit. Her original fashion.
Mm-hmm.
The long stockings, the short skirts, the tank top. It does kind of give me almost Iron Mouse vibes. Because I think, the crown is the one reason why people probably think it was a little bit Lolita. But
yeah, no, Perona is my number 9.
A very strong choice.
On to Zero's number 8.
Number 8. And as I said, this was where I kind of got things crossed. So I was talking about, as Robin is a long black-haired beauty. This is another long black-haired beauty. Don't tell me this is also your number 8.
No.
Okay.
I'm just... I knew that she would be on your list somewhere.
I have 3 main types when it comes to my waifus. I like them smart, like Robin. I like them buxom. And like You're Here from Spy Family, I do actually like them strong. I'm just saying, there is something about a woman who could kick my ass, either kick my ass up and down the stairs or kick my ass into shape. There's something I can't say no to about that. And you're just, I feel like
let me give the class a little bit of a example.
Oh, yes. And depending on which example you give. Because the ones I love, like, I'm curious which example you're going to grab. But yes, as you can see, You're Here is an absolute beauty. I love her. I was really trying to find a version of her with this outfit. It is amazing how many pieces of fan art are just of her in Thorn Princess form. Oh yes, I love this. I love this moment. This is one of my favorite. Yes, and especially the way she walks here is so. God damn it. Oh. fight is just so peak. The fact that she's drunk during all of it too. And then she has this adorable moment. Like, god damn it. Just look at that face. Could you find the one where she tries to teach Anya how to throw?
Yeah.
Because that's the other part when I say like whip like kick my ass into shape, because she's not afraid to try to train people to be like her. Like, obviously she doesn't understand her own power, but she's not afraid to train and yeah, and I just love that. There it is. Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah. She's so, that's actually really intuitive, and I love that. And then, yeah, obviously. But yeah. But yeah, Yor is just that package that just I can't help but be just attracted to. Others higher up will have more, you know, I'll have stronger cases for why they are above Yor, but Yor is kind of like she's kind of like one of the modern baselines for me of just a beautiful woman that can kick my ass and has a beautiful has a killer bod while she's doing it. Just oh, but yeah, that's my number 8.
All right, so this should come as a surprise to nobody. My number 8 is Hatsune Miku.
Only 8? Really? Now that is surprising to me. Again, that is the only surprise to me, is that it's so low.
I have been the biggest. I'm not going to say the biggest, but I have been a big
Yes.
Hatsune Miku fan for
Of course.
the majority of my life.
Mm-hmm.
Just something about her just brings me joy.
No, I see it. She has always, in every iteration that she has had, like from the classic here to any of the thousands of outfits that she has worn over the years, it just, she always looks peak.
Like,
so again, I totally understand. Like I said, my only shock
like
is that
the
she's
Hatsune Miku without a voice movie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go see it in theaters.
I don't doubt you.
It's like, look at this fan art right here.
Yeah.
No, that's one of the Magic the Gathering ones. Never mind.
That's I still count it as fan art, but still. that is still fucking yeah.
She has infested everything, and I am here for it.
I know, yeah.
Coachella, Fortnite,
No.
anime,
Pokemon. Anime.
baseball, Magic the Gathering. She
Yep.
is everywhere. I am here for it.
Absolutely.
Racing. She is even infested racing.
Yep. I struggle to think of a.
This is Racing Miku
Of a-
for 2024.
Yep. Which I love that it's a magical girl design. And
Let's
again,
see
it
if
is
I
peak.
can- Racing.
Also, I love that. I love
Miku.
that that particular. No, wait, Car. Before you go, I love that that particular racing Miku. She has your hair but reversed.
Yes.
The fact that it ends on the whites like that, that is beautiful.
Also, mine's a different shade of. Hers is more like
True, it is.
light
Your
blue.
hers is more of a. Yeah, well, yours is more of a. Yeah,
Yeah, mine's
You're,
mint green.
right.
Racing Mike.
I have to look this up now. Nope, she's in boxing.
Literally into racing.
Yep, a whole.
That is Hatsune Miku from head to toe on her Mercedes-Benz AMG Super GT.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that like I struggle to think. I'm trying to think. Where could she be? What form could she have not taken yet? Because she is in so many things, and it's just because she's an icon. She is a freaking icon.
Let's see, do we have the 2025? We do have 2025 out already.
Nice.
This is Racing Miku 2025.
Dang. Yeah, like I said, all of her designs, no matter where you go, all of her designs are
I
peak.
really like that. I like that more than her last year's.
Yeah. That is really good.
The half skirt with the half pants
Mm-hmm.
and the ripped leggings.
Yep. Just again, I got nothing else to say. It's
What's the
peak.
car this
Peak
year?
is peak. Don't know.
What's the vehicle? It's not always a car.
Right, yeah.
It is also another Super GT.
Okay. I'll be damned. Look at that. Good smile racing, yeah.
Which, if you
Well,
get
damn.
the racing Hatsune Miku Good Smile Racing figure,
Mm-hmm.
it comes with a scale version of the vehicle.
Oh, that's cool.
Means I'm going to have to find the money to pre-order 2025. I just got my 2024 in the mail like 2 months ago.
Dang.
And it is in the glass case, standing next to her car.
Nice. Very nice.
But yeah, no.
No, like I said, you're right. This surprise, it is not surprising that she is one of your top 10. I'm just now really curious what your other 7 are going to be.
There's a pattern.
Fair enough.
Let's see. We'll just leave it here for right now.
All right.
Click this. Oh, I need to open your number
7. Yeah, because we had number 8 with Yoru. So number 7 is another girl who could easily kick my ass. And much like my honorable mention was is a very formative waifu. This is Ryoko from Tenchi Muyo. And this would also basically be considered my first waifu. I think so.
Stay away from my
I
waifu or I'll end your waifu.
exactly. Nah, Ryoko in Tenchi Muyo, she is a space pirate who traveled into Earth, was trapped on Earth for a while before freed by Tenchi, and she is a very mischievous individual, a very flirty individual. When she knows she wants someone, she doesn't hide her feelings. She is not like a lot of modern day romantic leads that will lead the protagonist on or make or wonder. She will throw herself upon you if you manage to catch her interest. She will make sure you know it. But by that same token, she is incredibly strong. She is capable of that universe's version of magic. And I've always loved her design. I've always loved that spiky hair, those piercing yellow eyes, and just yeah, she has always been my favorite waifu of all the characters in Tenchi Muyo. I know other people will like Ayeka, will like Sasami's adult form. I think it was was it Tsunade or was it Tsunami? But there are a handful of waifus in Tenchi Muyo. Some understandable, some questionable. Like I said, the Sasami one. But for me, I will always have eyes for Ryoko. And yeah, I think she was also, like I said, she was also a very similar awakening to Jessica Rabbit, because I know this art doesn't really depict it as much, but she was rather buxom for the time. Obviously, we have had some larger women over the years, but no, for the time, she was actually rather sizable. So yeah, that's my number 7.
Oh, this is another one that should come to no surprise to anyone.
Okay.
Since the release of the game that she has been in, or that she is in, and since her release, she has been one of my favorite characters of all time.
Okay.
I have spent many an hour and many a dollar building and playing this character.
Okay.
It is none other than Ganyu.
Okay. Okay. I can
None
I can
other-
see why this. Yep.
Than our very favorite Coco Goat.
Yep. All right. This one makes sense being above Miku. Yep.
Granted, I spent a lot more money on Miku.
Fair, but I guarantee you, if Miku ever made it into Genshin, you would spend more money. You'd spend even more money, and then you'd probably then they would probably swap places in your top 10.
No.
No, no,
Or-
Ganyu would always okay.
No. I'm speaking why Ganyu is number 7, right?
Okay, right.
So Ganyu is number 7 because I have always been drawn to the very they seem very relaxed and put together, but very panicky in reality.
Okay. Okay.
She is just character design is beautiful.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I will never have a character in Genshin that I'm not going to say that isn't higher on this list,
Okay.
but a character in Genshin that means as much to me as Ganyu does.
Fair enough. Absolutely fair.
Let me close these two images that I have opened over here,
All right.
so it makes it easier on me.
Absolutely.
That's shocking.
Why that she's not higher?
Yes.
There are reasons for that. There are reasons for that, which I will get into.
Zero's number
But yes,
6.
my number 6 is Holo from Spice and Wolf. Yes, despite being my number 1 anime, she is only my number 6 waifu. Now, obviously, she had to make the top 10 because she is delightfully quirky. She is an intelligent girl. You would never be bored being around her. She would always be playful, but also understanding and very loving when the time arises. I think ultimately the only hindrance to me is, as you will see with my number 5, I am a fan of a certain body type that Holo categorically does not fit into.
Whenever it comes to body
basically-
type, Hollow is more my type.
Yes, Hollow is absolutely more your type. She is not flat, but she
Medium is
definitely
premium.
petite. Yeah, she is a petite girl. And while that is not a bad thing, petite is not always my thing. Like, it is very rarely my thing. Only the petiteness is only shared with one other person on my list. And it's, again, for very similar reasons. But yes, her personality is one that I have always loved. Her intelligence is something that I have always been attracted to. And yeah, I had to put her somewhere. But yeah, for reasons I will explain, yeah, sadly the highest she could go was 6. Well, possibly 5, but like I said, there's a reason why I had to put 5 where she is.
As
But yeah.
I said, for the most part, you will notice a trend
Mm-hmm.
with mine. My number 6 is none other than Rimuru Tempest.
You did say waifus or husbandos, and strictly speaking, Rimuru can be both.
I really, really like androgynous characters and their designs. We'll continue to see that with the next one as well.
Fair.
But Rimuru is such a... I feel like Rimuru would just be a great person to get along with.
Actually, I would very much agree with that.
Like, I feel like outside of all the fighting and shit, that Rimuru would just be a pleasant person to be around.
Absolutely. I think we've seen that many a time. You've seen Slime Diaries, right?
Yes.
That show shows even more how Rimuru, when interacting with the denizens of Tempest, just how chill they can be, just how engaging they can be. So I very much understand that.
Have you put the trend together yet?
I'm starting to see a bit of a trend.
You'll see it in the next one too.
I'm kind of figuring out, but yeah. Now, warning to those slightly squeamish. I tried to find something that was not 18 plus for this one for my number 5.
Oh,
but,
is this the one that we had to talk about?
Yes, this is the one we had to talk about. This is the one we had to talk about because I will have to explain this. I will have to explain this. I will. But yeah, my number 5. Technically, it's a twofer, but I only wanted to find one because any depiction with both of them is kind of dangerous. This is Guinea from Interspecies Reviewers, and I saw what you tried to do there, Kara.
I don't think
Yes,
we
there-
need an explanation, buddy.
There are 2 reasons. There are 2 huge reasons why she is my number 5.
2 huge
And-
reasons.
As I said,
You know,
I have a type.
2 huge reasons.
Uh-huh. So to fully explain, these characters are not okay. I feel like I have to explain everything here. This is going to be the longest one that I have to explain. So I mentioned before that Jessica Rabbit was a bit of an enlightening moment. I guess you could call it sexual awakening with regards to waifus came with a certain show called Eiken. Eikeen. I do not have you ever heard of this show, Kara?
I cannot say that I have. Yes, I have.
Well,
We've talked
strictly-
about this before.
Okay, yes, strictly speaking, it was not a show, it was an OVA. It was about 3 episodes. It is a show featuring high schoolers that are part of this club called the Icon Club, and they are all individuals who, feel free to scroll down for a second, and then scroll back up. The individuals of the Icon Club are as big as this girl or bigger. And the entire
She's pretty
premise of
cute.
the show. No,
Like,
she is, and the
just seeing this,
just the face, no,
I'd
she
be
is
like,
cute.
she cute, and I'd be like,
And her-
whoa,
and-
that's too big.
And I was gonna say, and then she actually has a friend who is in the same show who is literally called Milky, and it's basically a tan version of the same kind of girl. But yes, Icon was definitely the one that kind of made me realize what I am most sexually attracted to. And I can't deny that. I cannot deny that 98% of all anime waifus will never reach the size limits that I actually like. This show was one of the few exceptions. This girl comes from a show called Interspecies Reviewers. And on paper, it sounds like the most degenerate anime you've ever heard of, but hear me out. The premise is, in a world of magic, in a fantasy world rife with magic and every kind of monster, monster girl species you can imagine, the powers that be have taken it upon themselves to study magic such that they have basically eliminated STDs, eliminated unwanted pregnancies, and so brothels are one of the most prolific businesses in this universe. And every kind of species and every kind of magic you can imagine is created in the pursuit of creating the perfect brothel. And our main cast's entire goal is to go to all of these establishments and rate them. And this sounds like it would be a pure hentai, but it actually only hits ecchi levels. Like, there is the occasional bit of nudity, but there is never any actual corn. But the thing that is so fascinating is the sheer level of detail that they put into some of these areas. For example, there's an entire establishment for creating golems. And by creating golems, I mean you can literally take parts, create your own doll, imbue it with life, and then have a night with it. And it's like the
This anime,
person
every
who
time I hear about it, it just sounds wilder and wilder.
It is why it is so wild, but again, what is the most wild is the level of thought actually put into the world. Like, the most hilarious bit of it, Kara, is the fact that in this show, the main cast, you have a human fighter, an elf mage, I believe you have a halfling rogue, and some kind of bearkin. These guys are apparently some of the highest leveled adventurers in the land. And anytime they actually need money, they actually go on a grand fantasy adventure. But you never get to see that because the whole purpose of the show is about their nightlife. It's so...
Isn't one of the main characters an angel?
Yes, a fallen angel who broke his halo and is trying to find a way home, but he is constantly being tempted by the sins of the flesh. And guess what? One of his favorite girls is Guinea. Like, the episode in which those two feature, they never actually show their brothel, because the whole joke is that their sheer size has its own gravitational pull. And honestly, I get it.
All right.
But yeah, that, like I said, I had to explain all of that because, again, if you're ever willing to dip into a bit of debauchery, Interspecies Reviewers is actually really well written. Like, it is not corn, it is ecchi, but it's well written. Like,
kind of like High School DxD.
Kind of like High School DxD, yes.
Because
but just a little bit more unapologetic in the horny.
I would
And again, not all the girls are that big. Like, those are cowgirls. The Guinea is a cowgirl. She's meant to be that big. The rest of the girls that you see in the series are actually more modest. But even most of them are still of a decent size. That's why I love the show.
Like, one of the things that I've always heard, like, friends say is whenever it comes to, like, High School DxD, they would still watch it if it didn't have those aspects. Those aspects are just a bonus. But for me, someone like me, I don't care about those moments, so...
Fair enough.
So, my number 5 is Nagisa.
Yep, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the pattern.
He is such a... He is very, like, relatable as a character.
Okay.
He thinks of himself as the underdog, as, like, he doesn't mean much. And as the story goes on, you know, he's coached and taught to believe in himself, not only by Kuro-sensei, but by Professor Bitch and the other guy.
Karasu sensei?
Karasu. Yeah. Karasu sensei.
Karasu sensei. And of course, his fellow students.
Yeah.
His classmates start to root for him too. So I understand that.
It has, if you haven't watched the anime, it has a very sad ending. So if you decide to watch it, be prepared. You will cry.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
But
Like
yeah.
and the thing is, I still remember.
Oh, and yes, I did say Nagisa is a boy.
You are I was about to say, are you treating Nagisa? I wanted to ask this before with Rimuru. Are you treating them as waifus or husbandos?
With Rimuru, neither.
Okay, or both, depending on how you want to. Because again, Rimuru can run both, but for Nagisa, I'm kind of curious, given the nature of the show.
So even though you see Nagisa here dressed up as a girl, and
Yes.
he looks cute.
Yes.
He's very much adamant with the fact that he is a boy.
Okay.
Very adamant.
Okay. So you are treating him as husbando as he is asking. I gotcha.
Yes.
But you'll probably still make him wear a dress every now and then.
I wouldn't make him. I would ask him.
Okay.
Because it is
Okay.
adorable.
Fair enough. But yeah, no, I will say, as far as Assassination Classroom, I read the manga years, like a couple years before the anime finished up. I cried at the manga, and even having that buffer, I still cried at the ending for the anime. So there you go. So yeah, there's your glowing review right there.
Isn't this girl from like a game?
Yes, but it's also an. You said I could go with games.
Yeah, but I'm like she looks familiar.
Oh, okay. So to lead into this, obviously, I had to put at least one girl that showcased, the depths of my soul. That's why she was in the 5th spot, kind of right in the middle. Now ironically, we went from petite to complete opposite, back to petite. This is Futaba from Persona 5. Did you ever play Persona 5, Kara?
Nope.
Okay. Well,
I played about like 5 minutes of it, got to like the first fight, and was like, "Oh, it's turn-based, gross."
Well, there is also an anime if you wanted to watch, if you wanted to try to experience the story. I would say for the anime, I would probably suggest the dub, because the dub is actually a lot funnier. The Japanese version, it really takes itself like kind of straight laced, even though the pacing kind of starts to get really rough. Whereas the dub, they kind of knew what they were getting into, that the fact that the anime was kind of rushed, had its rougher moments. So the voice cast was able to really have fun with it. And so
Are we talking about like Ghost Stories level of fun?
No, we're just talking like, instead of like they would actually, no, it's actually like they improved it by talking more normal. No. They did not do a ghost story. I will try to look up stuff later to kind of showcase, but no, essentially they realized
I'll give
what
it a
was going
watch.
on, and so yeah, no, they basically decided
Zero.
to
Anything that you
kind of have a little
recommend,
bit-
I'll give it a watch.
All right. So Futaba here is her entire story. Since you haven't played Persona 5, I don't feel too bad spoiling this. Futaba here is a hikikomori. Her entire arc is, she is a hikikomori. She is a heavy otaku, but she is also a prodigal genius. Like she has an immensely high IQ, to the point where she is actually one of the greatest, one of the most skilled hackers in her universe. Her technological skills are off the charts. But due to personal trauma that she suffered, she became a hikikomori and needed the Phantom Thieves to help her break free of the curse of her own timidity.
Mm-hmm.
And personality-wise, Futaba is, even after this, she is a very timid individual. She is still that recovering hikikomori. And like, okay, so you've said you like how considering how much you love I will have to watch Love Chinibyo, but one of the things that I love about Futaba is that she is also a Chinibyo. Specifically, she is a gamer. She makes constant gaming references. If she cannot look at if she does not look at life as a video game, she struggles to socialize. Her personality is just, it is such, because again, a shut-in, an otaku, a heavy game, like just an absolute anime and gaming nerd, ADHD coded, possibly autistic coded. Oh my god, just the ways that I could list that this girl is just like practically handwritten for me. That when I first met her, I've told this story. When I first played Persona, I started romancing on one of the other characters because I really liked her aesthetic. I liked her story. Then we got, and I mean, I got to the point where before we recruited Futaba, I had actually started a relationship with On. Then I met Futaba, and then and then if I could have broken up with her, I would have broken up with her because I immediately got into a relationship with Futaba. And in the game, if you are in a relationship with multiple girls, come Valentine's Day, you get to go on a date with one of the girls, and the other girl kicks your ass. I took that ass beating with pride because I knew I loved Futaba more than On. So yes, Futaba is not the only reason why she is number 4 and not higher is because all of the three characters above, they all fit a bit of a theme. But you're gonna have trouble guessing the theme at first. But there is if you do not guess it by number 1, I will explain it. But there's a reason why Futaba is 4. But that's it.
All right, so this is my first pick outside of anime.
Ah.
My next pick is the first champ I ever played in League of Legends.
Oh.
Seraphine.
Oh. I don't recognize her. Is this her main outfit, or is this one of her?
Yeah, this is her default.
Oh wow. That shows how long it's been since I've played League.
I believe she was released in like 2020, 2019, something like that.
That would explain a lot. I think I haven't touched League since like maybe 2015, if not earlier.
So
So
she is a musician.
mm-hmm.
She is a support mage. She is the optimistic type.
Okay.
Not typically what suits my fancy,
Okay.
but her being my first champ in League, and the champ I used to learn how to play League, she holds a dear place in my heart.
Fair enough.
I'm going to go ahead and do my next one because it's still on the same. It's on the same website, and I already have it pulled up.
Okay.
Back to the pattern. Gwen.
Yeah.
She
I think I see it.
She is actually not a person. She is a doll.
Oh, look at that. Huh.
So I'll read her little synopsis.
Okay.
Gwen, The Hollowed Seamstress. A former doll transformed and brought to life by magic, Gwen wields the very tools that once created her. She carries the weight of her maker's love with every step, taking nothing for granted. At her command is the Hallowed Mist, an ancient and protective magic that has blessed Gwen's scissors and needles and sewing thread. So much is new to her, but Gwen remains joyfully determined to fight for the good that survives in a broken world.
Wow.
She is, she has blue hair.
Yeah, I was gonna say that blue hair, relatively dainty. Yes, I am seeing
Lolita
very much the
fashion.
pattern. Yep, Lolita fashion. Yep, I am seeing the pattern. I have seen the pattern. And don't get me wrong, I love blue hair too.
Here's the clearer image.
That is, and she is very beautiful. She is a very beautiful character.
I really love her design. It's very pretty. She is my favorite character in League. She's my main.
Fair enough.
One of the things that I really like about Gwen, zoom in, enhance.
Control and scroll.
One of the things I really like about her design.
Oh yeah, it's the only downside with that is it makes it hard to move around.
Is her eyes.
Oh, hello. Okay. What's going on with the pink eye or red eye or
So technically her eyes are buttons.
Oh, I was going to say I noticed that the iris of the black iris on the right eye was black, but it was black but it was a cross, so I was curious.
Yeah, it's the string holding her eye together.
Oh shit. That is cool. That is great attention to detail they put in.
Gwen doll.
Oh god, that's adorable.
One of her eyes is held together by blue string, and the other one is held together by red string.
Oh, that's adorable.
That is what the red in her eye is.
Okay. Nice. Emotes. Yes, absolutely. If you're gonna. Oh, that is. Oh my. Oh, so she actually. Oh, that's adorable.
And the funny thing about it is after you do this emote and you start walking around for a little bit, she'll stay in the doll form carrying around the giant scissors.
Oh, that's so cute. That is so cute. Okay. All right.
That was my number.
See, you. That was your number 3. That was your number 4 and 3, right?
Yes. Someone do your number 3
All
because
right.
you already did your number 4.
Yeah, I already did my number 4, and I'm gonna have to explain the number 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Don't follow you on this one, buddy.
You will. Just I will have to ask if you have seen this anime though.
It does not look familiar.
Okay. This ladies, gents, and nons is Yukichi from the show The Masterful Cat is Depressed Again Today. or Dekiru Neko wa Kyomo Yutsu. So you have not seen this.
No.
Okay. The basic premise of the show is this cat is a 6 foot tall mutant. I don't know how the hell he got to be 6 foot tall, but he is a 6 foot tall cat that lives with his owner in a 1-bedroom apartment. This woman is a salary woman, and the entire premise and the reason why I have him as my number 3 and my only husbando is the entire premise of the show is this man literally takes care of his owner. Let me see if I can find a good let me see if I can find a good example of him. Okay, here. Okay, you know what? I want to show. Okay, this is a great example. This is a great example. So have you ever, so Kara, I will send this to you and I will ask you this. Have you ever come home after a long drinking session, either from work or just hanging out with friends?
Well, I bartend on Saturday, every other Saturday. So yes,
Okay.
I have.
Go ahead and click this, bring up this video, and you will see just a little bit of what Yukichi does for his master. So yeah, I posted in the side chat. Sorry, I should have said that. All right. So the individual, yeah, I was about to say, oh no, you'll see who the owner is.
じゃあ私もお疲れ様です。
福沢さん、今日もマジでお酒強かったな。
ただいま、ゆきちゃんだよ。ご飯食べられなくて。なんだ
So
この
look
優
at this.
しい香りは。
So first and foremost,
しじみ汁だ。
beautiful soup.
肝臓生き返る。
クレンジング
その常務がほんとお酒強く
Then
って。
he freaking, yeah, he can do a full ass sauna thing, or yeah, he can give you a full ass sauna care
いい香り。
with tea,
全身マッサージ
with massage,
フェイスパック5
face mask too.
スポーツドリンク
Make sure all of your shit's clean. Make sure you've got drinks for the morning. Oh, and by the way, he also makes all of her food, makes breakfast, lunch, and dinner for her, does all of her laundry, keeps the house clean.
ラムネあげよう。家宝にします。二日酔いどころかむくみも
And look at that. She went from being drunk off her ass to being almost completely recovered the next day.
いつも不思議なんですけどどうやって？うちの猫粘着ローラーが趣味みたいな感じでたまにいますよね。え、いる？そうか。たまにいるのか。
Oh, Miku.
Oh, there you go. Forgot that was at the end of this. But yes, so the whole premise is that Yukichi is just, he's the ultimate house husband. Like, if you can get yourself a Yukichi, you never have to worry about anything around the house again. He stays at the house. He literally does everything. Like, and as you saw, despite the fact that he's a cat and he hates getting wet, he will actually suit the fuck up and help bathe you if need be. Like, he is the ultimate caregiver. And I'm just like, if he wasn't a 6 foot tall feline, and instead, like, even if he was a human male, I would still want to marry this man. If he was a woman, I would just take me, I just like. But yeah, that is why Yukichi is number 3, because as far as like, when I think of a waifu, I often think of a long-term relationship, what would it be like to be with them, not just a one-night stand. Yeah, obviously Yukichi, we ain't bumping uglies, but having a cat like Yukichi, like, just imagine what that would be like to not have to worry about anything domestic. And if, like, there's even points where Yukichi can actually teach. Like, he eventually tries to teach Fukuzawa how to cook herself. He's actually incredibly intelligent, and just the reason there's a reason why the show's called The Masterful Cat, because he just can do fucking anything. But it is an adorable anime, and ever since, I've just been like, holy shit, I wish I had a Yukichi. So that is why he is my number 3.
I have your number 2.
You have my number 2? Okay. So number 2 is Velvet
really like
Crowd.
her design.
I love her design. She is, oh my god, she is from the game Tales of Berseria. She's also technically in an anime too, the Tales of Zestiria the X, but oh my god, she is just, I love her design. I love her character. She is, in terms of the story, she was basically watched her brother get murdered in front of her, sacrificed in front of her for this ritual she had no consent over. She was forever cursed. The wrappings on her arm can transform into a literal demon claw. And she was forever cursed to become this demon in this universe, absorbing the malice of the world. And in story, like, her whole goal is to basically upend this new world order that was created on the sacrifice of thousands, and would potentially sacrifice even more. But the thing that I love about her is, despite this appearance, Kara, she is one of the most motherly characters you will ever find. There is a, have you played the Tales games?
I played Tales of Arise.
Okay. So you know how in Tales of Arise you have those dialogue moments.
Yeah.
I forget what they're officially called. There are 2 dialogue moments of Velvet's that are particularly hilarious. One where she locks out her roommate from the hotel that they're in, says that she's not allowed to come in or she will kill her, and all that you can hear from the other side of the door is heavy breathing. And everyone is willing to assume that she's doing something sus, only to barge in and find out she spent the whole time cleaning. She literally was first and foremost, when she first went to the hotel, she sounded exasperated, and that's because apparently the hotel didn't do a good enough job cleaning the room. She kicked out her roommate because she didn't want to be interrupted by the cleaning, and the heavy breathing that they heard was her exerting herself, trying to put in some extra elbow grease. And then another one of these dialogues is her literally listing off a dozen different ways in which rice water, real world rice water, can be used in domestic life, from cooking to cleaning to all of these interesting little notes of trivia that you would never expect to come out of a woman looking like this. But again, she has these moments where she is literally the most motherly character in the group. She is the mother to the group. She is the begrudging mother. And so yes, she is a caregiver who could kick your ass in a heartbeat, But yeah, I love her design. I love her character. Yeah. So yeah, that is my number 2.
So, my number 1 and number 2 should come to no surprise of anyone.
Mm-hmm.
This is my number 2. Oh,
No, that's mine.
I forgot to switch it.
It's okay. Yes.
Rika Takanashi.
Yes.
I have already explained why. Do I need to
Absolutely.
explain myself again?
No, I don't think so.
She's adorable.
Yep.
She's just a great character.
Yep.
She is absolutely hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
And, just everything.
No, just an all around. Yeah, just everything you would want. Yeah.
Now, on to Zero's number 1.
This one really should come as no surprise, since she hasn't been featured at all so far.
Well, I can tell you that you and Sora have something in common.
I'm not surprised, though I'm curious about the reasons. I'm curious if it's the same for the same reasons.
We have Tifa Lockhart,
Yep,
the best Final Fantasy waifu.
absolutely.
Fuck you, Eric,
So
you
yes,
stupid bitch.
can you figure out what is common with my top 3?
The nurturing nature.
Bingo. Yes.
Also, I feel like the first
There
2
is
could
something-
kick your ass.
That is true too. As I said earlier, there is something about a woman who is strong enough to kick my ass that just there's something that gets like again that is actually something that arises more recently. Like obviously I was always a fan of Tifa because of her OG design and various fan arts exaggerating said OG design. But even as we've gotten her remake form, which was, admittedly nerfed, her personality shone through even further, and she just, again, her kind and caring personality in remake and rebirth, coupled with, again, just that athleticism and just the fact that you can just faintly see a six-pack on her, it just, that always gets me. I wish there were more girls. I know how impossible it is to achieve, but I wish there were more buxom girls with abs out there. Hell, I really wish that because I think depending on how I think Velvet doesn't technically have a six-pack, but yeah, I love that sort of that muscular design, but yeah. Oh, yeah, no, Tifa will always be my number 1. I think she will always be my number 1. Just for all of those reasons. She ticks every single box.
Oh, my number 1.
Yes.
Is none other than Free Run.
Of course. Skipping out on the blue hair for once.
So, whenever I pick or decide on waifus, a lot of time things get misconstrued for the original reason for waifus.
Okay.
I do not pick my waifus based on the fact that they are hot or stuff like that.
Okay.
Because I'm Ace. Obviously, I don't give two damns about fucking sex. I could not give a fuck.
Very
less.
fair. Very fair.
I pick them purely based on the character themselves.
Absolutely fair.
And Frieren just is an amazing and wonderful character.
Mhm.
She is, at times, she comes off cold and unconcerned for others, and
Mhm.
that can hurt some people's feelings. And whenever she realizes that she has hurt the people she cared about, she always does her best to remedy the situation.
Yep.
Just something about the characters that are meant to seem emotionless and detached. And
Kudere, I believe, is the. Well, that's one of the versions, but I think I know what you're talking about.
like, but they just have a difficulty expressing their emotions.
Yes.
You can see that in the times that after, in the first episode where she goes to visit Himmel the second time and he's old. I mean, the first time and he's old. And then the third time where Himmel has passed away.
Yep.
And she cries. And she asks herself, why am I crying? My time with Himmel is only 1% of my life.
And as I said earlier when we were talking about
And
Freeland,
she kind of has that realization of,
yeah,
oh, well, it's because I loved Himmel. Which is one of my favorite ships in all of anime.
fair.
Which has also been confirmed by the creator of,
Oh yeah,
whenever,
yeah, I believe
because a
go
lot
for
of
it.
people misconstrued whenever she said that she loved Himmel as platonic, but no, she loved Himmel, and obviously Himmel loved her.
Yes, that's again as we see in flashbacks. Apparently, Himmel loved Freeren even before he invited Freeren to the party. Like, he had been in love with her practically his entire life.
Yeah. And her finally realizing that and realizing that it was too late, and she started crying. That broke my soul.
Yeah.
She's just an absolutely phenomenal character, and I love her to death. And
Absolutely.
I have a feeling she'll be number one for a long time coming.
Absolutely.
This wraps up this portion of the podcast. We're gonna get rid of that. Now we move on to the final.
Yep.
It is waffles. Or, as for some others, whatever their favorite breakfast food is. Just so y'all know, waffles are not my favorite breakfast food. It just fit the title.
So who shall go first, you or I?
So, in the past, I never really showed images for this.
Oh, okay.
I feel like people just know by name. If you say, you know, my
Okay,
favorite
then
breakfast food is blah 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 blah. Um, However, I will go first.
okay.
I
I only sent an image because I thought you needed one. If we don't need it, it's not necessary. I just yeah.
my personal favorite breakfast food is none other than my very own French toast. But it's not
Ooh,
any
okay.
ordinary French toast.
Okay.
Let me tell you how you prepare Kara's French toast. First, you want to start off with the Sara Lee artisan bread, specifically.
Okay.
You're going to fix it up like it's any other French toast. You know, egg, milk, a little bit of cinnamon. Whisk that together. Dip your bread in that. Then, you dip that bad boy in a bowl of crushed up cinnamon toast crunch.
Ooh.
And then you repeat the process of dipping it in the egg. And then you fry it. Or, I guess you say fry it. Is that what you do to French toast? Do you fry French toast?
No, fry usually requires
Pan cook.
oil. Yeah.
Pan cook
Yeah, I think yeah.
until both sides are a nice golden, crunchy brown.
Dang.
And then you top it with Kara's homemade blackberry syrup.
Ooh.
Put a dollop of Cool Whip on top. A little dusting of powdered sugar.
Okay.
And serve it with a cup of coffee or orange juice
Ooh, okay.
with pulp.
Okay.
If you drink your orange juice without pulp, that is a sin against God.
What if it's minimal pulp? Can I at least get away with that? Not no pulp, just with like less pulp.
That's fine. See,
Okay.
I understand people who don't like the texture of pulp,
Mm-hmm.
but it's the taste of the orange juice.
I was gonna say, but it is literally the taste of it. So yeah, you can't go with none of it. But yeah, like
I like a lot of
that's
pulp in
my
my
fault.
orange juice. I like a
And
lot.
that's fair.
Not everybody does. However,
No.
pulpless orange juice does not taste like orange juice. It tastes like sour water, and you need to be checked into a sane asylum.
I've got to be honest. I don't think I've ever had truly pulpless orange juice, so I'll take your word for it.
It's not great.
No, very fair. Like I said, the most I've ever done is, like I said, I don't like too much pulp, but yeah, like I said, I don't think I've ever had. No, so no, very fair.
What is your favorite breakfast?
Mine, and again, you don't need to show the image. I just showed it. I grabbed an image on a lark because I was like, okay, I need an image for everything else, right?
So
now.
I have a question. Is
Mine-
that specifically the burrito from Sonic?
No, I was just trying to find a generic thing.
Because that
my
looks like
taste
the
for
burrito
breakfast-
from Sonic.
It could have been. I was looking for a generic one. Basically, my taste for breakfast tend to matter based on, do I want something sweet or do I want something savory? When I am craving a sweet breakfast, nothing to me is more satisfying than apple fritters. I wish I knew how to make them myself, because I would love to have a homemade apple fritter. I think I've seen a couple recipes.
Would you be
but-
Would you be willing to do at some point in time a cook along stream where
I
I
have
set up
debated.
my setup, because I have a
Mhm.
setup literally for like streaming cooking.
Right, so that you're like hand cam and whatnot.
Yeah. Um, and I teach you how to make homemade apple fritters.
That could be interesting. The only like I have debated doing cooking streams before. The only problem is I still need to I need to one of these days map out the kitchen and figure out like what the best angles would be. Um cuz yeah, right now the biggest problem is that my kitchen is very awkwardly designed that it's kind of like one of those walk through kitchens where you've got countertop and sink on one side, then you've got stove and fridge on the other. It's like there's not really, and then it's just like a clear path in between. So there's not like a very good central station for cooking. Like I've seen other people do with their cooking stuff. I would have to figure out a setup for that, but I'm not opposed to the idea. I am definitely not opposed to the idea. But that would be something for the future because yes, I do love apple fritters. They're easily my favorite donuts. Easily my favorite sweet treat. Yeah, sweet breakfast. For the savory side though, I love breakfast burritos. I mean, obviously when it comes to burrito, you can throw a little bit of anything in there from real hash browns to
Tater
hash brown
tots.
to tater tots to hash browns cube or squares like what McDonald's has. Obviously you got to have eggs, bacon or sausage or bacon and sausage,
Cheese.
cheese and
I like my
salsa.
I like my
Yep.
I like my breakfast burritos with a little bit of salsa on the side.
On the side, yeah. What's your favorite kind of salsa?
For breakfast burritos, I really like to go with like something similar to like Pace's chunky salsa.
Okay.
But like if I'm just
I'm a
doing
big-
eggs, I use because I put hot sauce on my eggs.
Yeah, exactly. Because yeah, if the more you put on, like, yeah, I gotcha. Because I'm a big fan of paste too.
I either put salsa on my eggs or I put ketchup on my eggs. And putting ketchup on my eggs is something that I started doing whenever I was in South Korea. When I was stationed in South Korea.
Really?
Because like one, I'd seen them do it in anime, and two, we had this Korean soldier that would come to the mess hall, to the DFAC with us for the cafeteria. And he would always put ketchup on his eggs, and he would be like, "Don't knock it till you try it." So one day, I just like took a little bite of eggs, and I hate ketchup. I can't stand fucking ketchup, but ketchup on eggs is so good.
Fair enough. I've had ketchup on eggs plenty of times. It is really good. I am also you can call me weird about this all you like, but I know this is a controversial opinion. Not everyone likes this stuff. I'm a huge fan of ranch. And so I will put ranch on just about anything savory. So whether it's eggs by themselves or like on a breakfast burrito, I love putting ranch on it. I won't mix the two. If I'm gonna do a sauce, I'm either gonna do salsa or ranch or ketchup. I'm not gonna mix and match. Like that's a step too far for me. But
I feel like ranch with the breakfast burrito would be fine because you have the meats in there and the cheese.
Yes.
And it's just not ranch and eggs.
Ranch and eggs on its own, it's not bad, but it's definitely a case of,
or I would put like ranch on a breakfast bowl.
A little goes that too. but yeah, no, on just plain eggs, it's a case of a little goes a long way. Like whatever amount of ketchup you would put on eggs, put about half of that on as ranch. It adds a nice little zing to it. But if you put it, like I said, it's one of those cases where you go a little bit too much, and yeah, it just becomes overpowering.
I like
so
ranch.
I know what you're talking about.
However,
Mhm.
people that go to Sonic
Uh-huh.
and get ranch with their mozzarella sticks instead of marinara sauce,
Yeah, no.
there's a special place in hell for you.
I'll be honest, I'll use ranch if I've run out of the marinara sauce and I still have a stick or two to dip. But in lieu of marinara, no. No. Like I said, if I get an order of mozzarella sticks and marinara sauce and I take that home and I've somehow downed all the marinara, yeah, fine. I'll take out the ranch because it's not like I keep homemade marinara in the fridge. Even if I knew how to make it, we don't have enough cases where we use it.
Yeah, like,
But no, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you.
because I had a coworker who
Mhm.
was recently fired, thank God. That's a long story. I will explain after stream has ended.
Absolutely.
She would go to Sonic daily,
Okay.
and she would get mozzarella sticks, a burger, and 2
Mhm.
ranch cups.
Mm.
Not only would she dip her mozzarella sticks in the ranch,
She dipped the burger.
she
Yeah,
dipped
she
the
dipped the
burger.
burger.
She dipped the burger. A burger that has mustard, mayo, and ketchup on it already.
Yeah.
There's a thing is too much condiments. Ranch does not go on a
Mhm.
burger. Ranch does not go on mozzarella sticks. If you prefer
Oh no,
ranch,
ranch can...
if you prefer ranch over marinara sauce when it comes to mozzarella sticks, I will bite
No.
you.
No. And I will say this, ranch can go on a burger, but you have to remove the mayo. Because ranch is already half mayo. So if you do put ranch on a burger can work with ketchup and mustard. I eat that very regularly. However, if it already has mayo on it, no. No, you do not. If it's already got those three, you do not add to
I
it.
am in the strong camp of there are only 2 things that ranch goes on, in my opinion. That is a salad and pizza. Nothing else.
I will argue that. I will argue that. Okay, well, first and foremost, chicken strips. Come on.
Honey mustard.
Okay, what if you want a little bit of variety? You dip one in honey mustard, dip another in ranch.
I would rather have sweet and sour sauce.
All right. We will agree to disagree in this circumstance, but that is the benefit of chicken, though, is that there is that vast variety. And variety is the spice of life. That's one of the reasons why I brought up this whole subject of apple fritters and breakfast burritos in the first place.
It's this conversation that we're having right now that made me think I might be autistic.
You maybe, or I maybe. I don't know. Either
Just
way,
like-
you might be right.
Just like, I'm not picky when it comes to food.
Mm-hmm.
I'll eat just about anything as long as it does not have onions on it. Or ketchup.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And a few vegetables.
Onions, I can kind of.
Like, once you cook, like, a certain vegetables and they get all mushy, I don't want it. I don't like mushy food. Yeah, I'm autistic.
No, I honestly, I don't know, because mushy food, there is that texture to it. There is that there is that bizarre texture. Like, for example, my mom loves carrots, does not like stewed carrots. Does not like
Raw
like
carrots
steamed
are
carrots, you know?
delicious. Cooked carrots are gross.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've always understood that because again, you're getting that expectation of crunch versus mush. No, that again,
Bananas are gross.
mouthfeel. I will actually agree with you on that. A fresh banana can be refreshing, but fresh is a very limited time.
The only way
I
I
am
like
bad at
bananas.
eating.
The only
Mhm.
way I like bananas is in banana bread or banana nut bread.
Okay. Hmm.
That's it. That's the only way I like bananas. Like I like the flavor of bananas.
Yes. Yes.
Like I will rip fat clouds with a banana flavored vape juice any day of the week, or like banana Laffy Taffy.
Yeah. Which is funny because both of those are based off of a flavor, a breed of banana that is no longer existent, or that no longer exists.
However, like I will not eat an actual banana.
Yeah, and like I said, that's one of the reasons why. Is because that is something I learned a couple years ago. Is that the bananas that we eat? I forget what their names are. I know if I pull up Balatro right the frick now, I'm sure I'll find them because the two banana cards in that game are the two banana breeds. Basically, there was a particular banana breed back before either of us were born that was it's literally the source of banana flavor. Any candy, any treat, like again your vapes, anything that is banana flavored is based off of this breed of banana that existed like 40, 50 years ago. This particular breed of banana was incredibly delicious, but also incredibly weak to disease. And at one point, it went completely extinct. There was nothing that could be done. Just constant bad weather and bad misfortune just killed this damn banana. Despite banana breeders' best attempts, they could not keep this thing alive. Instead, they found a separate breed of banana that was highly resistant to illness. Unfortunately, that particular banana, the amount of flavoring it has is like a third, a fifth of what the original banana has. And so that's why a lot of modern bananas, yeah, they just don't taste good because they are bred for mass production and mass disease resistance. They are not bred for flavor. So yeah, again, that's the long and the short of it with bananas.
Yeah. Like, but as I was saying, it's like I'm not picky with food.
Mm-hmm.
I am.
Sounds like you're picky with textures.
I am picky with textures. However,
Yeah.
I am also picky with food combinations.
Okay.
Like, certain food does not go with certain food. I don't care who you are.
Okay.
My next question, and the final question, and this is one that I ask every time. Pineapple. Pizza. Yay or nay?
Yay with an asterisk. In the same sense that you just said that you do not agree with certain combinations, pineapple with pizza, pineapple on pizza can work if the other ingredients are complementary to it. However, it is not an end-all be-all ingredient. It is not pepperoni. It is not like insert whatever your favorite flavor is. It cannot be. You cannot add. Like I could take any pizza. I could take a vegetarian pizza and I could add some pepperoni to it, and you know it's going to be a damn good pizza. But you cannot do the same thing with pineapple. It can only work with very specific ingredients.
Or
and
by itself.
I will say, or by itself. because the sourness of the pineapple, the sour and sweetness of the pineapple, it goes really well with certain types of cheeses. That's the reason why it goes well with ham. Like I just said, pepperoni and pineapple really works. That was actually my childhood favorite pizza when we could only get like handful of topping pizzas. My favorite pizza was pineapple and pepperoni. If we could swing it, I would get a Hawaiian and I would ask them to add pepperoni to the Hawaiian. And that was what I would and that's what I would enjoy as a kid. I still enjoy that from time to time.
My
yes,
favorite
that is
pizza for pineapple
Mhm.
is from Domino's. The the Hawaiian barbecue pizza.
There you go.
But I'd have to again, because not because of me not liking them or anything, but I'm allergic to onions, so I'd have to get the onions taken off.
Of course. But yeah,
that's another thing that
and,
makes me inadvertently picky. Is I have a lot of food allergies,
and that's gonna make you picky, obviously. That you're gonna have to be picky for your own life. I get that. But yeah, no. Again, I'm sure that there are some combinations that we haven't really discovered that pineapple can work with, but it's not no, it cannot work with everything. It has to have that right blend, and I can also understand if people just don't like pineapple, because pineapple is a very aggressive fruit. Again, that sourness, some people cannot get past the sourness of pineapple. When I was younger, I would eat pineapple straight out of the can.
Damn.
I would have that as a snack. I would actually have we would have sliced pineapple in a can, and I would actually open the can, take a couple of slices out, eat that, and wrap the can up and put it in the fridge for later. I like pineapple, so I can understand if someone cannot eat pineapple on their own, there's no way you're going to really like it on a there's no way you're going to actually like it on a pizza. And that's fine. That is valid.
Noku joined in and then he left.
I was wondering what that was.
Yeah, I saw that, Noku.
I think Noku thought we weren't streaming.
Yeah, no, we're still going. It's been 7
It's been a
hours.
while. And I am definitely starting to fade, but no worries, Noku, no worries.
No, you're fine. You can come in. We're done. We're done. We're just chatting.
We're finishing up now. Oh. But yeah, no, I can be I will be very defensive of pineapple for that very reason, that a lot of people give it unnecessary hate because they think that's what pineapple lovers want.
I am not sitting at my computer at the moment, so give yourself a shout out.
Oh.
I'm going to go ahead and do the outro and
absolutely
get us on out of here.
Get loved on, Noku. Oh, but no, this was a blast. Ooh. Yeah, now I'm finally starting to feel it.
It's because I'm not sitting at my computer.
Yeah. Kara is a bit quiet. Has Kara been quiet this whole time? Wait a minute. And now Kara's not speaking.
Oh, wait. Am I supposed to be speaking?
I guess you are a little quiet.
I can turn it up a bit.
I mean, obviously, I'm just louder. I could just be that I'm louder. It's hard to hear. Oh dear. Okay. That's oh, what a time to be figuring that out.
Yeah, no one said anything about that earlier.
I mean, I've been turning the volume on every now and then, and it sounded okay to me, but I think that's just because I have headphones on, and so the headphones are extra loud.
But no.
But yeah, that could be.
Zero,
Well.
go ahead and give yourself a shout out.
Okay, thank you.
Again, thank you for coming in and joining me for the for this.
Absolutely, this was
for those
a
of
ton
you
fun.
who don't know Zero, go and give him a follow. I don't know who is still here, who's not here. But if you don't know Zero, go give him a follow. It's been a long 7-hour conversation about anime and waifus and breakfast foods and
yes,
just an all-around enjoyable time.
Absolutely.
This also marks the return of me to streaming. I will not be streaming often due to my current work schedule does not allow me to, but I will stream when I am available to. Tomorrow, again, around 2 o'clock CST, 12 o'clock PST, there will be some Stardew going on. I hope y'all can come and join us for that and hang out and chill. I might be doing a few other things tomorrow. It just depends on how things go. Trying to think.
And of course,
soon,
only now I realize.
Soon we will be starting a. I have to get things fixed with figuring out a way to do donos. Since I am banned from using PayPal, that's another long story.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, PayPal banned me.
Oh dear.
So I don't have donos set up at the current moment. But we will be doing. Well, I will start planning for a donathon in August. To pay for bringing Kara to life.
Hell yeah.
We have the design. We have everything we need.
We have the technology.
It's time to bring it to life. Let's see. If I stream any all this week, other than tomorrow, it will be early morning, so I will see y'all in the mornings. Trying to think if there's anything. You got anything going on, Zero?
Just my May marathon, where right now I'm playing Mega Man Legends with Meta. I'm playing Metaphor Refantasio. Yeah, we do this every May. Oh, right, my birthday is this Thursday, and we're gonna be doing Mega Man X with crowd control, so that's gonna be fun. I still have to set that up, so I gotta remember to do that this week.
Yeah, let's make sure that we go and show Zero some love on his birthday. He's all around great guy. His streams are fun to watch. He always entertaining over there.
I try my best.
And
I'm always open to
persona
criticism.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm always open to constructive criticism. I always want
to
try and
you
give you guys
get bonked by the auto mod for calling someone a stupid fucking brat.
Oh man.
But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, but I'm not a stupid fucking brat, okay? There is a difference. Okay. Fuck you, Panda.
That is fair.
Let's read this last little bit
All
here.
right.
Attention, coming soon to a chat near you. In a world of accidental clicks and unexpected joins, one hero, at Pandanogu, stumbles into the kennel of Mint Puppy Kara's debut stream. Amidst the chaos, they shout out fellow streamers and seek the elusive loud enough button. Will they find it? Tune in for waifus, waffles, and a quest for volume. Good morning indeed. Accidental adventure, quiet kennel.
Fuck. Wow, Frosty, just punch a little lower. I think I can still have children. Just punch a little lower, please. God.
It has been a pleasure. Thank you for coming in and joining me for this.
Absolutely. And I will definitely.
If you were not able to catch the whole thing, you'll be able to find it up on YouTube relatively soon.
Very nice.
If I remember to download the VOD. I have 3 days to do that. It'll be fine.
Yeah, something like that. Well, no, you should have you should have at least 2 weeks. That should
I'll probably set it up to download the VOD tonight and just leave it going overnight.
Okay.
Because it is probably going to take a while. It's 7 hours worth of content.
Yeah.
But no. Just hope everyone has a good night. Good morning for those who are just waking up.
Yep.
And we will catch you next time.
Absolutely.
Yep. Wait. We forgot to raid somebody.
Oh shit! Right. I was wondering what was I.
We forgot to raid somebody.
Oh no. Who's online though? Juna, Zesty, Iron Mouse.
You know what? Oh, damn. I can't raid Iron Mouse.
Oh. What? Oh no.
We'll do. All right. Good night, guys. See you next time. Bye.
Good night.
relying on